Silence or stand.
Please open the commission.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before I call my next witness, I'll ask the operator to put up on the screen witness statement WIT stop 0097 stop 0001 stop 0001. Counsel assisting are not relying on certain text in this statement, which is a statement of Michelle Lauren McCullough concerning an issue I mentioned yesterday relating to 3 packs of risperidone, in respect of which the Royal Commission's received information from the pharmacist in question that not all of those pills were dispensed, and the counsel assisting team are not making an issue about it. Of course, these are contents of Ms McCullough's statement, and this is not a redaction exercise. This is simply an indication the counsel assisting are not relying on these passages. I'll now identify these passages. Paragraph 81, the second line. In the second line, the words "was being medicated each day and." Paragraph 94, the first 2 sentences. Paragraph 96, the first sentence. And paragraph 102, the last sentence. In addition, Commissioners, in Mrs Lillian Reeves' evidence yesterday, she expressed an opinion on transcript at transcript 1551 lines 14 to 16, and the counsel assisting team are not relying on the following 2 passages in those 3 lines. First, and it was because he was coming off the medications, and secondly, and we think it was withdrawals. I'll now call Ms McCullough.
Yes, thank you.
Do you wish to swear an oath on the Bible or make an affirmation?
On the Bible.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Ms McCullough, what's your full name?
Michelle Lauren McCullough.
Have you prepared a witness statement in the Royal Commission?
Yes, I have.
Do you have available to you document WIT stop 0097 stop 0001 stop 0001?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you identify that as your witness statement?
Yes.
Do you have any amendments, corrections, or anything of that kind that you need to make to the document?
No, I don't.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of the statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioners, I tender that document, and it's subject to the words that I spoke at the commencement of the hearing concerning which parts counsel assisting are relying on and which we're not.
is subject to the matters already advised as to passages that are not to be read and relied on. The statement of Michelle Lauren McCullough dated the 23rd of April 2019 will be Exhibit 3-9.
Thank you, Commissioner. Miss McCullough, is your mother Lillian Reeves and your father's Terence Reeves?
Yes, that's correct.
Is your mother the guardian of your father?
Yes.
And was that also the case throughout 2018?
Yes.
You're close to your mother, is that right?
Very close, yes.
And you discuss the care of your father with your mother very frequently, is that right?
Yes.
And that's been the case for many years now.
Yes, always.
And in the course of those discussions, has the topic of your mother Lillian giving your father half a tablet of risperidone on occasion if he was very upset ever come up?
Yes.
And for how long have you known that that was an experience that that your mother, Mrs. Reeves, had had with giving your father half a tablet of risperidone?
Yeah, I was aware that on a particular occasion that she had given him half a tablet for a car trip that he was going to make, which was over 5 hours, and I was aware of how he responded after he was given the tablet.
And for how long have you known that information? Is it hard to say? Years or?
Oh, yeah, more than 2 years.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about the period leading up to the 1st of May 2018. Were you involved in discussions with your mother, your sister and your brother concerning your father going into respite care while your mother went overseas?
Yeah, we had discussed it.
And were you willing to make visits to your father as often as you could in support of your mother's plan that she'd be able to go on that overseas trip?
Yeah, we discussed that we would all be around and we'd love to visit Dad anyway, and he knew us and we didn't want to lose that, so we would make sure that someone was there, if not every day, every second day.
Now, I want to ask you about the 1st of May. Mm-hmm. The Commissioners would understand from your statement that you weren't present when your father was admitted into Garden View on the 1st of May, is that right?
Yeah, I was at work that day.
But in your statement you mentioned you made a call at about 7 p.m?
Yes, I did.
So can you tell the Commissioners about that telephone call to Garden View that you made on the 1st of May at 7 p.m?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd spoken to my mum and my sister throughout the course of the day to see how Dad was settling in. I'd finished dinner with my family and decided that I wanted to give Dad a call to see how he was going and how he was travelling. I spoke to a nurse when I called the home, and she said that Dad was a bit unsettled and was currently with her at the time, following her around. She asked me if there was anything that my father had been previously given to settle his nerves. I repeated that I was aware that she had given him half a tablet of risperidone previously, that it did not sit well with Dad. And then I asked to speak to my father, and I spoke to him on the phone and told him that it was okay and that he wouldn't be there forever. He will come home, and that I would come in and visit him shortly. And he seemed fine with that, and we said goodnight.
Operator, please bring up tab 64. Thank you. And please call out the top quarter of... I beg your pardon, no, don't do that. Just leave it at that size. Thanks, Operator. Ms McCullough, I want you to have a look at this page that's displayed, and if you look carefully, about 2/3 of the way down, there's adjacent to an entry that says 2200, but don't don't necessarily be influenced by that because we don't know precisely what that means, whether that's the time things were written as opposed to the time things occurred. So if we just look adjacent to there, do you see resident remains awake and wandering? Received phone call from wife and daughter. Wife informed the above. Now, the entry then goes on, wife said at home when he is perhaps really restless, she gives risperidone 5 milligram half tab TDS, written in LMO's book. And well, I won't read the rest. Now, do you have any comment on the expression TDS?
No, I don't know what that is.
All right. What about the reference to the giving of half a tablet of 0.5, it's actually 0.5 milligram, it looks like 5, but it's 0.5 milligram half tab risperidone. Does that, are you able to comment on that?
Well, if they're saying that we informed them that that's something that we would do at home, it's 100% incorrect. Dad never, after the occasion that I was aware that he had the half tablet to make a trip to a holiday house that we had, he was very dosed out. It didn't sit well with him. And as a family, we had discussed that we didn't ever want to do that again. So to recommend that as a treatment in a home absolutely would never have happened.
Could I ask about the reference to received phone call from wife and daughter?
No, I was at home with my family.
Assuming the reference to the daughter might be a reference to you.
Yes, correct. I made that phone call.
And you weren't on the phone with your mother?
No, I was at my house.
Thank you. Now I'll ask for tab 88 to be brought up, please, operator. Tab 88. Operator, it looks like that. Is that not tab 88? Could I give you a code number? GVN stop 001, stop 002, stop 0286. Operator, never mind. I'll move to the next question. Now, I want to ask you, Ms McCullough, about a visit on the 4th of May. Was that the first visit you were able to make to your father?
Yes.
And what did you find when you visited him then?
I arrived that day and I found him in an area called the Central Dining Room. It appeared like he was joining in at a table activity, a game of some sort. I was happy to see him. He looked like quite well. I told him to come and I'd sit outside and have lunch with him, sorry. We sat down, they gave me a meal, Dad had a meal, we sat down and we ate together. During lunch, Dad needed to go to the bathroom, so I had to ask someone where the bathroom was. They pointed it out to Dad. He went to the bathroom, came back. It was quite a nice lunch.
Now, the next visit mentioned in your statement is by your mother on the 6th of May?
Yes, that's correct.
And your mother took a photo on that occasion?
Yes, she did.
Did she share that photo with you close to the time?
Yes, she did.
Operator, please bring up tab 16. Does the operator have the examination plan? And is this the photo on the 6th of May?
Yes, they walked across the road and into the park that day.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask you about an event you don't mention having any knowledge of in your statement. On the 7th of May, the evidence will show that a Dr. Burkett filled out a prescription order for risperidone, half a tablet of risperidone at full tablet strength 0.5 milligrams, so that amounts to 0.25 milligrams to be taken as needed up to 3 times a day. Did you know about that at the time?
No, I did not.
Yep. I'll just ask now about a visit that you made yourself with your daughter on the 8th of May, and this is an important event. I'll ask you to be as precise as you can in telling the commissioners about the sequence of events.
Yep.
So, about what time did you visit Garden View, to the best of your recollection?
I worked that day and then sat through peak hour traffic, so I would have arrived to the home after 5:30, closer to 6 p.m. I walked into Dad's room. I found him sitting there by himself in a lap belt, a blue restraint that went around his waist and through his legs. He was in his pyjamas just sitting there. I was shocked when I first saw it. I was confused. I'd never seen a lap belt before. I didn't understand what it was used for. Straight away I bent down and I untied him and sat on the bed and began to have a conversation with him. My daughter was with me and he just engaged with her a lot of the time. Took a couple of photos. As I sat there talking with him, a nurse walked past the room. She seemed surprised that I was there. She called down the hallway to someone else to let them know that I was there. She said to me, someone's name, I don't remember the name, needs to speak to you about your father. So I waited. A nurse came into the room. She told me that Dad had wandered into someone else's room, had gone to the bathroom on the floor in their room, and then she said that when a male nurse tried to escort him out, he became aggressive. I said, when you say aggressive, did he try and hit someone? And she said, no, he was yelling to stop it, and he wasn't cooperating. So they needed to then restrain him into his chair. She told me that my mum would need to come in and sign a form allowing them to restrain Dad.
Thank you. Operator, I'll ask you to bring up tab 19. Now, you mentioned in your evidence that you took this, in the sequence you gave your evidence, you mentioned this after referring to taking off the restraint.
Yeah, as soon as I arrived, because it was a little bit shocking and confronting to see the lap belt on Dad, I first thing just dropped down and undid it and took it off. And then began taking photos and sending them to the family so that we could see them, see him.
The next visit I want to ask you about is not a visit that you made. It's a visit that Natalie made on the 11th of May. Natalie Smith is your sister, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And could I ask the operator to bring up tab 20, please? Now, just looking at this document, have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
Yes. Is this, in effect, a screenshot of a series of texts, including a photo that's been texted?
Yes, that's correct. It's a group text message between myself, my brother, my sister and my mum.
And there's a caption over one of the messages referring to Dad.
Yes.
Who's that referring to?
That's my mum. It used to be my dad's mobile phone before he became unwell. So she stored the name as Dad because it was Dad's originally. But after he no longer could use a mobile phone, Mum took over that phone.
And the blue box at the bottom, who's that come from?
That's my sister. So she's sending the text message.
All right. Now, can I just ask, to the best of your recollection,
Yes.
after you'd had that experience on the 8th of May,
Yes.
did you have discussions in
Yes.
the family about what you'd found on the 8th of May,
Yeah,
including the restraint?
Yeah. As soon as I hopped back in my car, I called my mum and said, "You wouldn't believe it." I walked into the room. Dad was by himself. They've got these belt things that they tie him into the chair with. And I told Mum that they're going to want you to come in and sign to say that they're allowed to be using them.
All right. And then again on the 11th, is this the very next time you've heard of the topic of restraint and consent papers?
Yes,
And
to the best
you're
of my
hearing it
knowledge.
hearing it this time indirectly through your sister?
Yes, yeah. So Natalie went to visit him, and after every visit we would kind of all discuss and give progress to each other, how he was going, whether we would send photos or FaceTime. And she sent a text message that day saying that he's once again strapped into his chair.
Now, the next event I want to ask you about is the signing of a restraint authorisation form, which seems to have been on the 13th of May, according to the face of the document. And you refer to that in your statement, but you weren't present, is that right? It's just indirect knowledge?
Yeah, just a discussion that we had. That was my knowledge of it.
Yep. The next event, again, is something you refer to by way of indirect knowledge from your husband, Justin McCullough.
Yes, that's correct.
And was that a visit on the 14th of May?
Yes, that would be correct.
And what did Mr McCullough report to you on that day?
That he was again I think he referred to it as being in the naughty corner, and he was strapped into his chair again.
Well, what did your husband say to you about where he'd found your father?
He found him in the east wing, which was a secured, locked dementia unit. And he referred to it as the naughty room, that Dad was obviously not complying with what he was expected to do in the home, so that they would take him to this east wing where he would be tied into a chair and unable to leave.
Now, you make a reference in your statement, this is at paragraph 35, when you first mention this information that you received from your husband, and you just, by way of reference to the East Wing, you say this isn't a place that the family had known anything about up to that time. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Yeah. So when I started to go to visit Dad the first time, he was in the central dining room. So as you walk through, you've got a dining room, then you've got like a sort of games area and some bedrooms. So all my visits previously had been either in common rooms or I found him in his bedroom. I was unaware that there was a secured area away from mainstream in the home. We weren't aware that that was a part of the facility. It's very off to the side, so you wouldn't generally see it passing.
There are no glass windows or transparent sort of areas through which you can see into the East Wing from the main areas? Is that your understanding?
Well, there may be a small glass window on the door, but it wouldn't be. You wouldn't notice it. It's not like a big glassed area where you would see people. It was just, I never would have noticed it.
The next event I want to ask you about took place on the 15th of May, according to the documents on their face. And it was a prescription order for a regular daily dose of a full tablet of 0.5 milligram risperidone. Did you know anything about that at the time?
I didn't know as a fact that he was being given risperidone. I suspected that he had been given something as he was starting to, his head was in his He had his head drooped, he was drooling, he could no longer focus on us. It wasn't normal. To me, it was medicated. So that's when, on the 15th, we went, my sister was with me, and we asked to see his medical charts, and we said that we don't want them to prescribe or give him risperidone anymore at all.
And you say that was on the 15th of May?
To my knowledge, it was on the 15th of May, yes.
The next event I want to ask you about is your visit on the 16th of May.
Yes.
In paragraph 36, you say that you went to visit your father at around 12 p.m. with a good friend.
Yes.
Please, doing the best you can to be as precise as you can relating to the sequence of events,
Yes.
recount to the commissioners what occurred during that visit on the 16th of May.
Okay. I arrived with my good friend. I went and looked in his bedroom and in the main common areas to find him. I could not find him. I found a nurse and I asked where he was. They told me he was in East Wing, so this was my first time to see East Wing. This nurse led me down. We went through a keypad locked door. I found a small room, perhaps 11 metres by 5 or 6 metres. There was several patients. Across from me there was a line of chairs and everyone was restrained in lap belts along that side of the wall. My father was in a chair with his back towards me, restrained in a chair. He had another resident next to him, restrained in a chair. And then there were maybe 2 or 3 in tub beds, also restrained. I crouched down in front of my father. He was asleep, or he had his head in his chest, eyes closed, drooling. I tried to wake him and I shook his legs. He was shivering. He only had a singlet on. It was quite cold that day and it was all wet with saliva at the front. He had no shoes on. He was in the lap belt. I began to undo the lap belt. I told his shirt was hanging over the back of his chair, and I grabbed his shirt to put it on him and then noticed it was wet. So I said to the nurse, I'm just going to go to his room and get him a clean shirt. At this stage, there was one nurse who was currently in the room before I got there, and there was the other nurse that had walked me in. So there were 2. The one that had walked me in said, I will go back to his room and get a fresh shirt. So I said, okay. I put on his slippers. She came back. I put a shirt on him. I put a jumper on him, and I stood him up to walk him outside. There was, attached to the room, there had some glass sliding doors to a little courtyard. The East Wing room was not a nice room, not one that you would want to sit down and hang out in. So I took him outside. As I was walking him out, I noticed his pants were wet and that he was wet. This was the first time I had noticed he was in an incontinence pad. He was toileting himself the last time I had seen him. I told the nurse he is wet through and would need to be changed, and she took him away and she said, okay, we'll sort that out. So I went and sat outside in the courtyard with my girlfriend and waited. And then another nurse, different from the first 2 that I had seen that day, called for me from a resident's window, I think, called me and said, can you please come inside and see this? As I quickly jumped up and rushed inside and had to go out of the locked east wing and into a corridor and into a bathroom. She said, don't be upset by what you see. And by that stage, I could hear Dad yelling, saying, stop it, stop it. I walked in and there would have been about six nurses hanging on to him. He had one on each leg, one on holding both his arms. And this other nurse said to me, maybe if he sees you, he will settle down. And another one was grabbing his pants and pulling them down. They were just all hanging off him. There was a lot of yelling and screaming, and Dad saw me and he got an arm free and grabbed hold of my arm, and he started saying, no, no, stop it. It was very traumatic for him and for me. They sort of rushed, got it all finished, pulled his pants back up. When I turned around, my girlfriend was standing in the doorway of the bathrooms and all the nurses left, and Dad grabbed my arm and said, how would you like it? And my girlfriend said to him, no, I wouldn't like it either. And that was that.
In your statement, you refer to a walk around the courtyard and returning to East Wing, is that right?
Yeah, so we then came back and we sat back down outside. They brought Dad's lunch around and I chopped it up and started helping him eat it, feed it to him. He was really shaky and angry. It took a long time for him to settle. You could just see he was agitated. He was fiddling with his hands and looking around, just looked really unsettled. Later, as we were getting to the end of his lunch, he started to shake his leg. And I said, do you need to go to the bathroom again? And he said, yes. And I said to my girlfriend, I'm not doing that again. I will not send him back in there to go to the bathroom. So I said to Dad, just go down and go use the garden. So he got up and he walked down. I'm not sure whether he went to the toilet in the garden or if he went in his incontinence pad, but by the time I got around the corner, he had settled, and I said, have you gone? And he nodded yes. So then I had to get back to pick up my children from school. So I took him back into East Wing and sat him down, and we left really upset that day. Just awful.
Miss McCullough, in your statement, you referred, this is at paragraph 37, to later visits that you make. You just refer to them generally.
Yeah.
And you say, on all those other visits, you found your father in East Wing and in
Yes.
restraints. Is that right?
Yes. So from that day, every other day except for one day, which I'm sure we'll cover, I found him in the East Wing, sitting in a lap belt, head hanging in his chest, drooling.
Yes, and when I suggested that you found him in restraints, that was my mistake. That's not what your statement says. You found him in the East Wing. How often did you find him in restraints during those visits? All except one occasion, did you just say?
Every single time I visited, he was in a restraint, except for one day when he was completely unconscious in a bed.
Right. At paragraph 33 of your statement, you give a summary of the visits made by the family.
Yes.
And by the family, you're including Natalie and Ian, are you?
Yes.
Yeah. And you say, every time we visited Dad from this point onwards, we found him in restraints, subject to the point you've just made about the occasion where you found him unconscious
Yes.
in a bed. And you give a total. So that's, you've consulted together and worked out how many visits you made altogether
Yes.
in order to give that total?
Yes.
And you refer to, in effect, putting to one side the 6 occasions in the beginning when he wasn't in restraints,
Correct.
where you didn't find him in restraints. There must have been 30 occasions when you did find him in restraints as a family, is that right?
Yes.
Now, were you informed that Mr. Reeves had had a fall on the 21st of May? When I asked that question, I mean, did Gardenview inform you on or about the 21st of May that Mr. Reeves had had a fall on that day?
No, they didn't contact me. They contacted my sister, and we spoke about that.
Well, on the 21st of May? I'll ask your sister about that.
Yes, I think you might be referring to the day where they found him just on the floor in the bathroom.
Yes.
Yes, that I never heard that from them, no.
What about a possible fall or a fall on the 23rd of May? Were you informed on or about the 23rd of May by Gardenview that Mr. Reeves might have had a fall on the 23rd of May?
They did not tell me.
Operator, please put up tab 23. This is a photograph that you refer to in your statement, Ms McCullough. You say you made a visit on the 28th of May. Beg your pardon, the 27th of May. You made 2 visits, pardon me, 27th and 28th. I'll ask you to go to operator, if you could please bring up Ms McCullough's statement. At page 0006. Paragraph 52, you refer to a visit on the 27th of May.
Yes.
And you've again found your father in a similar state to the state which
Yes.
you've just described earlier.
Yes.
And you've taken some photos on that day, or a photo on that day, if I can take you to paragraph 56, and you've also referred to a photograph on the 28th of May in that paragraph. And I'll ask the operator to put those photos up. Tab 22 and 23. You can put them on each screen. And tab 23. Are those photos dating to 27 and 28 May, respectively? Did you notice anything about his weight at this point?
We could see that he was losing weight. You could see it in his face. You could see it on his, like with the way his clothes hung. Every time we would take him out to this garden out there, we would ask them to bring us tea, coffee, biscuits and sandwiches, and we would feed him sandwiches because by this stage we were starting to question who was taking the time to sit and feed him while he was asleep like this. It took a long time to wake him between each bites of the sandwich. We also started to bring cooked meals ourselves from home and sit out there and feed him because we were questioning whether he was eating or not.
So what was your level of concern about keeping him in garden view, and what was your decision about whether to contact your mother concerning that?
We had discussed it, whether we would pull him out ourselves and try and care for him at home. At that stage, I was working part-time with 3 children. My sister was working full-time, and my brother was also contracting work. We discussed how we would possibly do it ourselves. My sister we would have to try and contact Mum and ask for all the legal paperwork to show that my sister could make that decision. Then we discussed whether we were overreacting, whether what we were seeing was really how it was being played out, whether we would risk upsetting my mother while she was overseas on this once-in-a-lifetime trip for her. So it was definitely discussions that we were having. We also spoke amongst each other and said as long as we are still coming every single day and we are giving him something and watching, maybe that's the best thing, considering this isn't a long-term plan for Dad. It was just a short respite. We're talking about something that should have been simple for 9 weeks, 8 or 9 weeks.
I want to ask you now about the 1st of June, and you did
Yes.
mention this a minute ago.
Yeah.
What happened on the 1st of June, and who did you hear it from?
Me and my sister were driving separately. She was in the car behind me, and she received a phone call around lunchtime when we were headed out to visit Dad. She received a phone call to say Dad had had a fall. She then called me, and I was in the car in front. We were all of 10, 15 minutes away from the home at this stage, and she said that Dad has had a fall. We were just glad that we were already headed in and that we would assess the situation when we got there.
What time of day was this?
It would have been around 1:30 p.m.
And what happened when you got to Garden View?
Similar situation, found Dad, he was restrained. We noticed he had quite a large lump and bruise on his head. We were told then by the nurse that he had been assessed and all seemed fine. We asked what had happened and they said they weren't sure, he was by himself. We asked where it happened. They said it happened in the central dining room. Then we said, well, if you don't know, the central dining room has cameras. Can we go back and have a look at the cameras and see exactly what happened? At that point, I was told that that was fine. They could arrange that with a man called Hans, who I believed was a director of some sort. I'm not sure. They said that they would arrange with him for us to view the footage. We went and sat outside with Dad, did the usual cup of tea, biscuits, sandwiches. As he kept falling asleep, we would obviously try and keep him awake to try and talk to him. And as we grabbed for his arm, he gestured that he was in pain and that his shoulder was sore. I went and got a nurse and said, can you come and have a look at him? He seems to be in a lot of pain. They told us, being a Friday, that they would have to get x-rays done on the Monday, that they would monitor him. We sat with Dad for a little while longer. Then we were told that Hans was ready to see us and that we could watch the video footage of the fall. So we sat in the director's office and watched the video, and he was sitting in just a chair in the central dining room. He was asleep and he just went forwards, just head first onto the ground. From the video, to me, it looked like he had knocked himself out. He didn't move for a little bit. It was really confronting to see. We said he'll have a sore neck and you can see his shoulder. hit the ground quite hard.
So can I just ask, when you'd seen him previously restrained in his room and then in East Wing,
Yes.
what sort of chair was he restrained in?
It was always the same type of chair. It had a tall back, padded bottom with arm rails, just quite a small, like a dinner chair.
If we can just put up tab 19 again, please, operator. Albeit this was a photo taken after
Yep,
you
that's the
removed
chair.
restraints. Is that the chair?
Yes.
So it's a reasonably long-seated chair with the back a reasonably long distance from the edge where one's thighs sit and where your knees come over the edge of the chair. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
And what about the dining room chair? Was that a different kind of chair or the same kind of chair?
The same chair from memory.
Okay. Now, with respect to what happened on the 1st of June, this might have been sometime later on the 1st of June, there seems to have been a prescription for a sleeping pill to Mazepam. Did you know anything about that at the time on the 1st of June? Were you told anything about that by Garden View?
I was aware that they were trialling him on a sleeping tablet. We obviously had raised several concerns about why he was always asleep and we couldn't keep him awake. They told us that he was not sleeping at night and that they felt it was best that we trial him on a sleeping tablet to try and get him sleeping through the night, so therefore he would be awake during the day.
Thank you. Now, just skipping forward 2 weeks to the 15th of June, there's a reference to a request from the family to increase the sleeping pill in some notes. Do you want me to show you those notes? I'll just ask if you've got any knowledge of that.
I have no knowledge of that.
All right, I won't show you the notes. I want to ask about a visit on the 17th of June that you refer to at paragraphs 71 to 79, and again, being as precise as you can about the sequence of events. I'd like you to take the commissioners through what you witnessed on that day at Garden View, the 17th of June.
Again, I arrived, I'd cooked a lunch for Dad and we decided that I'd meet, I had my husband, children with me. We were meeting my sister and her partner at the home. We were going to have lunch all together. We arrived at the same time. We went straight to the East Wing because now this was where we would always find him, but he wasn't there. We found a nurse and we asked where he was, and they said that he was in another, wasn't the dining room, it was like another common room where a lot of mainstream residents would hang out. We found him in a large tub chair. He was laying down. He was asleep. He looked very unwell. We were shocked, obviously, and said, what's happened? Is everything okay? They said, yeah, he didn't sleep last night. This is his sleep. He's just asleep. And we're like, oh, okay, well, can we wheel him into the dining room then and we'll wake him up and have our lunch? And they said, yeah, fine. So we wheeled him out. We tried to wake him up and he just wouldn't wake. We were asking, like, what's happened? What's he being given? He started to gag a little bit, and we opened his mouth and could see there was something lodged at the back of his throat. So really quickly I had to reach my hand into his mouth and dislodged a piece of meat. Took it over, threw that in the bin. All the while, as I've got my hands in his mouth trying to hook a bit of meat out, he wouldn't wake. Then we could smell him. We went and found a nurse and said he's soiled quite badly. It was all up his back. She said it will take a few of us to try and change him. They took him away to change him. We had asked them, several people that day. A lot of nurses walked past and would comment. They would say to us, "What's happened to this man?" Me and my sister were in tears in the central dining room this day, saying, "You tell us. He is no longer the man that he came in." I went to the front desk and said, "I want to again see his medical charts." They showed us and I said, "You've given him something. This is not a man who is asleep. He has been given something." And they said, no, look at his charts. I was convinced that it was risperidone. And they said, "No, look, we haven't given him anything since the 15th of May when you told us not to." I couldn't see it on the chart. I showed them a photo that was on the front of his pack, which was a photo of him. And I said, this is him when he came into your home. This is no longer him. What has happened? I was told that this is what happens when they come into a home, that he is just tired. It just seemed to be the norm. I said, I think if you haven't given him anything and this is what today is he sick? They came and took his temperature and said, no, he's fine, he's just tired. And we left that day in tears. We couldn't feed him, we couldn't wake him.
I'll ask the operator to put up the photographs you refer to in your statement as taken on 17 June. Operator, please put up tab 28. Please put up tab 29. Yes, I'm sorry. Reorient it correctly. If you orient it correctly, please. All right. Tab 29, please. And tab 30, please. Are these the photos that you took on that day?
Yes. The one where he's in a singlet, that's when we moved him forward and could see that he had soiled all up the back of him. We're holding him forward, trying to get him to wake up. There was no communication. He couldn't open his eyes. And I was told that he was tired and that he didn't sleep that night and that this was now his night.
I'll ask you just to refer to another photograph not taken on this day. Operator, please put those photographs away and put up tab 31. You refer to a visit by your sister the next day on the 18th. And is this a photo showing the lap restraint that you've referred to previously to all appearances the same as the one that you saw your father in on previous occasions?
Yes, correct.
Now, I'll ask you about a visit you made in your statement. At paragraph 86, you say it was on the 25th of June, and you noticed that your father was missing a tooth.
Oh, yes.
Now, there seems to be a dispute about what date a report was made by the family concerning Mr. Reeves having lost a tooth.
I didn't know there was a dispute in the date.
Yeah, there's a dispute about the date. There's a record in the progress notes to the effect that the report was made on the 28th of June.
Yes.
Do you have any comment to make on that? Are you...
I'm 100% on my date because I have a text message that I sent to my sister to say, did you notice that he's missing a tooth? And yeah, my date is correct.
Okay.
Then when we went back to look at the progress notes, yes, they had written a different date. They wrote daughter noticed missing tooth, but their date is incorrect.
Operator, please put up tab 64 at page 0298. You say you got to view the progress notes. Just to be clear, when did you get to view the progress notes?
I went back in December to view Dad's progress notes.
You hadn't seen them before then?
No.
Now,
I went on 2 occasions in December.
Thank you. If we look at this page, about the bottom third, about 2/3 of the way down, you see there's an entry under or adjacent to where figures 2030 appear, and a few lines down from that point in the text, daughter noted that residents 1 bottom tooth missing.
Yes.
That seems to be under 28 June 2018, but you've given your evidence that you're clear that it was the 25th of June that you made your report.
Correct. Yeah, and I have a text message on my date to my sister saying, he's missing a tooth.
And had you reported it to Garden View on that day?
As soon as I saw it, I arrived to see Dad. I crouched down in front of him to sort of wake him and get him to acknowledge that I was there. And straight away, I noticed that right in the middle of his bottom teeth, a tooth was missing. And I said to the nurse, there was always one nurse in the East Wing with all these residents. I said to her, what's happened? When did he lose his tooth? And she didn't know anything about it and said, I didn't know. I said, well, he's missing a tooth, like it's right down the bottom.
Did you ever receive any explanation for how that had...
No, everyone said they didn't know. It was like, okay, I didn't know. No one was concerned.
In paragraph 88 of your statement, you refer to the effect of long periods, your opinion about the effect of long periods being kept in the chair on your father.
Yes.
What is your opinion about the effect of the long periods that he was kept in the chair?
You could notice every time we would visit, it was routine that we would go, we would find him, we'd unstrap him, take him out into a garden, somewhere nice where we could sit down and chat with him. You could notice he was no longer able to walk unassisted. We had to hold him upright. On occasions, it took 2 of us to walk Dad out. I remember being concerned sometimes when I would have to stop and open a door to go outside, whether Dad would be okay, just to stand there for that moment while I grabbed the door and helped walk Dad out. He was very unsteady on his feet. I believe that it had to do with being medicated and continuously being strapped into a chair and unable to walk. He had dementia. I was concerned he was losing the ability to walk as a result of this.
In paragraphs 99 and 100 of your statement, you sum up your opinion about the effect of the 61 days that Mr. Reeves spent at Garden View.
Sorry, what point was that?
Paragraphs 99 and 100, and in particular at 100.
Yes.
well, in paragraph 99 you refer to weight. Let's just go to that topic first. Did you weigh Mr Reeves straight after his return home from Garden View, or was it not until he was admitted into Westmead?
Yeah, no, we didn't weigh him ourselves when we got home. It was Mum only had small scales, and it was obviously quite difficult for someone who was now not responding to anything. And he could feed himself again.
All right. But he didn't do very well to begin with when he first came home, is that right?
Yeah, yep. So he was quite unwell in the car coming home the first day. A couple of days later, it's in my statement, the exact date, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Mum messaged us to say that Dad really wasn't well. I had been over the previous day to see Dad, and he seemed okay, but then the next day he was on the floor, unresponsive to Mum. She couldn't get him off the floor. She had called a home doctor the day before to come out and see Dad. His signs seemed okay that day, and then we all had discussions and said, okay, if he's like this tomorrow, we're going to come over, we'll take him to the hospital, call an ambulance, do what we need to, because we believed at that stage he was coming off medications cold turkey.
Commissioners, I've been told that I should not have mentioned the name of that hospital. It's not remotely the case that any allegations being made against them, but they haven't been told of this proceeding. So out of an abundance of caution, if you'd kindly indicate to any reporters present that they should forbear from reporting the name of that hospital, I'd be grateful.
Yes, I'll give a direction that the redacted hospital name that appears in paragraph 99 of the statement and was referred to by senior counsel should not be published.
Thank you. Operator, please put up tab 72. Is this the weight chart that you referred to in your statement on the topic of weight? And
Correct.
I think you mentioned that it made you angry.
Yes.
So just to be clear, are you disputing the accuracy of this weight chart?
100%.
After your father had come home on the 17th of July, and then after your mother became ill and your father had entered into permanent residential care at another facility, and some months had passed, you were able to obtain access to Mr Reeves' file, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to this at paragraph 34 of your statement. And was that in about December?
Yes.
And those were the two occasions you mentioned a little earlier in your evidence?
Yes.
When did you first read the restraint chart?
I noticed it briefly on the first visit. It wasn't really what I was looking for. Like, we saw it, we noticed it was lengthy. It wasn't until my sister and I left that day, discussed it, and we realised that, hang on, it wasn't just every now and again that he was in this restraint, it was for a long period of time. And that's when we made the decision that we needed to go back again and we needed to record every moment that he was in that lap belt, because that's not right. That's not okay.
Okay, I'll just ask the operator to put the restraint chart up. It's tab 61. Now, it's a series of pages that are not necessarily all in the correct date order, but you can take it from me that the first mentioned date is 28 May 2018.
Yes.
And indeed, that's something you referred to in your statement.
Yes.
Was something said to you about any records predating 28 May 2018?
Well,
records of this kind, of the kind kept in these restraint charts?
Well, a big focus for me going back to look for them was I was aware that I had visited him on early May, the 8th. He was restrained. I know that my sister had seen him being restrained, and I knew that my mother had not signed a consent form when we were citing these. And I wanted to know whether Maryland's, since they had a restraint chart, which the first I didn't, during his stay I didn't realise that there was such thing that they would log. So I wanted to know whether they had actually written on their restraint charts those dates that we had seen him being in there. When I arrived, I saw that it began on the 28th. I asked, can I say her name? The director who
Yes.
sat with me.
Yes.
I asked her, well, this starts on the 28th of May. You've been restraining him since the 8th of May, to my knowledge. Where's that? And she told me that it was misplaced.
And who's that person you're referring to as the director? What's her name?
Kim? Or Ki? Or Kim?
All right. And you then had a better opportunity on that second occasion to review this restraint chart. And,
Yes.
And did you make some calculations?
So with my sister, we split the form, the restraint chart, into two, and we sat there and we wrote every date, every time he went in, every time he came out, every time he went in, out, for every single page that they had recorded. And we took that home and started adding up the hours, and we were horrified to see, and particularly that they would start to restrain him at 3 o'clock in the morning to sit in a chair, and then told us that he had trouble sleeping. I would have trouble sleeping tied into an upright chair. Of course.
I want to ask you about something said by Miss Lau in her statement. That's Keeling Lau. It's a statement of Keeling Lau, not yet tendered into evidence, but we expect it will be. WIT stop 0137 stop 0001 stop 0001. Operator, please go to page 21. At paragraph 119. It's said there, thank you, operator, it's said there in the last sentence, Miss McCullough or Ms Smith said words to the effect, you did a reasonable job with him, and I can see there have been a lot of improvements since then, but it isn't me you have to convince, it's the ABC. Do you have any comment to make about the allegation that you or your sister said words to that effect?
That would be a conversation that I had. That is not correct. In that time that we sat down, she told me that they have changed their ways, that they no longer restrain residents, that they have entered their staff with better training in how to deal with someone with dementia. And I responded to her, I'm glad that you are changing your ways and I am pleased that you have done this, but that no longer helps me or my father. I never said that I felt they did a reasonable job with looking after my father. She held my hands and begged me to be kind, and I told her I have said all I needed to say to the ABC and that I was done.
No further questions, Commissioners.
Yes, thank you, Ms McCullough, for your evidence. We're very grateful to you for taking the time to come to the Commission and provide it. You're excused from the witness box.
Thank you.
Commissioners, should we proceed to our next witness? The next witness I wish to call is Natalie Sonia Smith.
To swear an oath on the Bible or make an affirmation?
The Bible.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
What is your full name?
Natalie Sonia Smith.
Have you made two statements in this Royal Commission?
I have.
I'll ask that they be brought up so you can see them on the screen. Firstly, WIT stop 0147 stop 0001 stop 0001 dated 26 April 2019. Do you recognise that as the first statement you've made in this commission dated 26 April 2019, Ms Smith?
That's correct.
Are there any amendments you wish to make to the statement?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief of the state, is the contents of the statement true and correct?
Yes.
Secondly, you've made a statement on the 3rd of May 2019.
Yes.
Is that right? WIT stop 0147 stop 0002 stop 0001. Do you recognise that as the statement you've made on the 3rd of May 2019?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You made regular visits to your father, Terence Reeves, at Garden View between 1 May and 7 July 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
You say in your longer statement that the statement's not comprehensive of all the visits you made, and it relates in particular to a visit on the 11th of May, a conversation you had on the 11th of May, and observations regarding physical restraints on your father after that date. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about the visit on the 11th of May.
Sure.
How did you find your father when you arrived at Garden View and went looking for him?
When I arrived at Garden View, I had to go looking for my dad because I was unsure of where I would find him. I went to the central dining room and to one of the other general rooms and I couldn't find him there. I was then told that he had been relocated to the East Wing. One of the other nurses showed me where the East Wing was. It was a room at the back of the facility. It required a PIN code to get through the door. It was the same PIN code as the front door of the nursing home. In there, I found my dad sitting in a chair and he was strapped in with a lap sash.
Can I ask you to look at a text or a screenshot of some texts?
Mm-hmm.
Tab 20, please, operator. Now, what are you able to say about this screenshot? Have you seen it before?
I have.
What is it?
It's a text message between me, my sister, my brother and my mum.
And is your mum referred to as Dad?
Yes.
As you've explained in your statement?
Yep, that's correct. So it did used to be my dad's mobile number and after he was unable to use a phone any longer, my mum acquired his number and I just never changed the detail in my phone. But it is a picture of my mum.
Up at the very top?
Up at the top.
Yeah. And in the rectangular picture in the upper part of the screenshot,
Yes.
is that a photo of your father and yourself on the day?
It is.
And then is that the caption that you've written tea and cookies underneath?
Yep, that's correct.
And then your mum's texted, how is he tonight?
Yes.
And have you written what appears in the bottom rectangle?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you just please read that out into the transcript.
He's strapped to the chair again and they want you to sign the consent forms, the consent papers. He seems okay though. Moments of conversation, then back to slippers on, slippers off.
So just taking that in pieces, you've referred to he's strapped to the chair again.
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, what do you mean by saying he's strapped to the chair again?
I was aware that my sister had gone in a few days earlier and had found my dad sitting in his room alone and she found him strapped to a chair in that room.
All right. Now, taking the next element of this message, you've said, and they want you to sign the consent papers. What's that referring to?
So when I was shown to the room, one of the nurses said that they had some consent papers that they needed my mum to sign. We didn't discuss the rest of it then. I said that I would speak to her on my way out.
All right. And I think I'll leave the rest of the message that you sent, but are you able to verify, was the content of the message that you sent a true statement of your observations on that day?
That's correct. I arrived to find him in a chair in the East Wing and he was strapped in with a lap sash. It was one that went around each leg and then around the chair and around his lap.
I'll skip now to the conversation you just alluded to that you must have had after sending this text message
Yes,
with regard to the consent papers.
yes.
Doing the best you can and being as precise as you can about the sequence in which things were said and what was said, what was that conversation?
One of the nurses brought a form to me, and she said that I would need to sign the form in order to authorise them to restrain Dad. I knew that my sister had seen him in a restraint, and I obviously arrived that day to see him in a restraint also. And we were pretty concerned about what that meant and what it was about. So I had a lot of questions, and I wanted to know more about the restraint, and I certainly wasn't comfortable signing it at all. She tried to put my mind at ease by saying that they were only looking for consent to sort of restrain him at really busy or peak periods. It would be something like a shift change or a medication round, that it was only as an absolute last resort that during a shift change or a medication round there might be limited staff to be able to keep an eye on my dad, who frequently wandered around, and that it would be for his safety and in his best interest if they could keep him secure for a very short period of time. She alluded to possibly an hour, but it wouldn't be any more than 2. That it was regulated, that they would have to be checking on him frequently. So
Now, in your text message, you refer to somebody wanting your mother to sign consent papers, and in the conversation you just related, there was a request for you to sign them. Is that right?
So the first conversation was your mum would need to sign them, and the second conversation, she seemed happy if I was going to sign them, if not to take them home to my mum and have my mum sign them.
And what was the outcome of the conversation?
I said
what happened after the conversation?
I said I wasn't very comfortable with what I was reading, and to just let me take it home, and I would have a conversation with my family.
All right. And then, is that what happened? That you took?
That is
took
what
a form
happened.
You took a form home?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with your family?
Yes, I did.
With whom did you have the conversation to begin with?
I rang my mum when I left the facility. So I got into the car, and on my drive home, I rang my mum and gave her a brief rundown that one of the nurses or one of the staff had come to see me with a form, and that they had wanted to restrain Dad, and that we needed to sign it in order to give them authorisation to do so. That
Yep.
It was only supposed to be for a very brief period of time.
Thank you. With reference to this topic of giving consent or Garden View obtaining consent to apply constraints, what happened the next day? We don't need to know everything that happened the next day, but with reference to that topic, please tell the commissioners what occurred on the next day, 12
The 12th. My mum came out to my place with my nieces and my nephew. It was my niece's birthday that day, so we took them out to lunch, and then we took them to Madame Tussauds to see the display there. During the lunch that we had, my mum and I more extensively discussed the restraint form that they had given me. I had mentioned that it was only supposed to be for a limited amount of time, that it was only as an extreme last resort, that this wouldn't be regular practice, that it was only for my dad's safety during very peak periods, and that I didn't need to worry.
What happened with respect to the form?
I was given a form. Did my mum take it home that day? I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. We went from my house to the city, to the museum, back to my house. That form could have gone anywhere. I'm not sure.
Did you see her sign the form?
No, I did not.
Do you have any basis for a belief as to what happened with respect to this topic of the signing of a consent form for Garden View to apply restraint to your father?
Are you asking?
Do you have a belief, even if you don't have direct knowledge, do you have
Yes.
a belief based on discussions
Yep,
around
absolutely.
12th, 13th May, thereabouts,
Yep.
as to...
So in conversations after my mum had signed the form, she had explained to us her experience in speaking with the nurse and what they had
just
explained
stopping
to
you
her.
there, when did, according to what she told you at about the time, when did she sign the form?
She signed the form on the 13th when the nurse brought her a copy.
Is that what she told you at about
Yes.
that time and around
Yes.
the 13th of May?
Yes, that's correct.
Could I just ask you about risperidone?
Yes.
The documents in the case seem to suggest that a Dr Burkett, signed a prescription order in respect of risperidone, 0.5 milligrams for half a tablet to be taken at need for up to TDS. Do you know what TDS means?
I have no idea.
All right. And did you, on about the 7th of May or about that time, did you know anything about Garden View obtaining a prescription for risperidone of that nature?
No, I did not.
All right. What about on the 15th of May, when a prescription order appears to have been signed by another doctor, Dr Wong, for a regular daily dose of a full tablet, 0.5 milligrams risperidone? Did you know anything about that at about the time of 15 May?
We didn't know, or I didn't know, that it had been charted or scripted. We did become suspicious that he was being given something due to his increased drowsiness, and he started to drool, just become a little more incoherent. So we became suspicious that he was being given something. I know there was a point in time where my sister and I asked to see the charts, where we did see that risperidone had been dispensed to my dad, and we had said that we wanted to cease that we did not want him having risperidone.
When I mentioned a daily prescription, would it change anything you've said if I mentioned that the time of day at which the dose was prescribed to be taken was at night time?
No.
Now, I want to ask you about your observation of restraints placed on your father. You say in your statement you made about 20 visits,
Yes, that's correct.
and you say in your statement that you found your father almost always restrained after the 11th of May, paragraphs 17 and 18.
That's correct. Sometimes it was a lap sash, and sometimes it was a lap sash that went around both legs. There were two different forms.
Thank you. Were you informed by Garden View of a fall on or about the 21st of May 2018, at about that time?
I don't recall.
Were you informed by Garden View of a fall on the 23rd of May, on or about the 23rd of May?
I don't recall.
What about the 1st of June? Were you informed
Yes.
that Mr Reeves had had a fall on that day? When did
Yes.
you get that information?
My sister and I were on our way to go and see Dad anyway. It would have been about lunchtime, so maybe about 1 p.m, 1:30, thereabouts. We were driving separate cars. I got a call from the nursing home to say that they had found Dad sitting on the floor, and I didn't quite understand what she was getting at, and I did ask her, what do you mean? She said, well, I just need to inform you that we've found your father sitting on the floor. And I said, I don't understand what you're getting at here. Is there a problem that he was sitting on the floor? Like, I don't I don't understand. And she said, well, we think that he may have fallen. And I said, okay, well, we are already on our way and we'll be there in 10 minutes. So after I hung up from her, I rang my sister and I said, it sounds like Dad's taken a fall, so we've got to go and see somebody as soon as we get there.
I won't ask you too much about what you observed on that occasion. The commissioners have already heard a bit about it. But is it the case that he appeared to have an injury to his forehead?
Yes, there was a large lump and bruising on his forehead.
And did you also discover during the course of the rest of the day that he seemed to be having pain in and around the shoulder area?
Yes. In his shoulder, he seemed to be very tense and very sore whenever he was moving around.
I want to ask you about the topic of what's been called a sleeping tablet or a sleeping pill, temazepam.
Yes.
Were you told on the 1st of June anything about temazepam, or were you asked anything about that?
I don't recall if there was a conversation, but I do know that it was tabled that since my dad was not sleeping well at night, that it was a recommendation that we could trial a sleeping tablet to help him sleep through the night and stay more alert through the day. That temazepam was widely used and it was relatively safe.
I'll ask the operator to bring up tab 88 at page 0291, please. Do you see there in the second line that is visible, it looks like in handwriting on the left-hand side, 15/6/2018. That seems to be the 15th of June 2018. And then the words are written, Terence Reeves, family requested to, and then there's an arrow pointing upwards, sleeping pill. Did you make a request to increase the dose of the temazepam sleeping pill?
I didn't specifically request an increase. I had had a discussion with one of the nurses at one point around the fact that my dad was taking a single temazepam at night, but it seemed to have no effect. So I asked what they were suggesting and if that meant that we were looking at giving him 2 tablets. And the nurse or the staff member I was speaking to at the time said, yes, we can try 2 tablets. That would be a good idea to see if the higher dose works better for him, because the single dose of temazepam wasn't getting him a full night's sleep.
Thank you. But to return to the topic of risperidone, is it your evidence that you never in any form suggested that risperidone be given to your father?
Never. We had previous discussions with my family around a time that my mum had given it to him once before, and the result wasn't a good one. He didn't handle it very well. He became very drowsy, very confused.
Operator, please display Miss Ling Lau's statement, WIT, stop 0137, stop 0001, stop 0001 at page 21, paragraph 19. $119, thank you. And I just want to ask you about an allegation that's made about either your sister or yourself saying words on an occasion in December when you were speaking with Miss Lau, who's the Director of Nursing.
Yes.
Do you see the last sentence? Miss McCullough or Miss Smith said words to the effect, you did a reasonable job with him, and I can see there have been a lot of improvements since then, but it isn't me you have to convince, it's the ABC. Do you have any comment on the allegation that those words were said by one of you?
I believe that was a conversation or a statement made by my sister, but it's incorrect. My best memory of that moment, we never ever said that we thought that they did a reasonable job, because we absolutely think they did not. we may have mentioned that there were improvements because they had said to us, you know, we've removed the use of restraints within the facility now, so we acknowledged that that was a good move, but that it was far too late to help my dad. And I don't believe my sister said it. She had to convince the ABC because Michelle had already spoken to the ABC. I don't recall that part of the conversation.
No further questions, Commissioners.
Yes, thank you for your evidence, Ms Smith. We're very grateful to you for coming to the Commission and explaining the difficult issues that have confronted you. You're excused from the witness box.
Thank you.
Commissioners, may I tender Ms Smith's two statements?
Yes.
WIT 0147 stop 0001 stop 0001 and would you wish to mark that?
I'll mark them separately. So the statement of Natalie Sonia Smith dated the 26th of April 2019 will be Exhibit 3-10.
And next, the statement coded WIT stop 0147 stop 0002 stop 0001.
Yes, the second statement of Natalie Sonia Smith dated the 3rd of May 2019 will be Exhibit 311.
Commissioners, please. Commissioners, should I proceed to our next witness?
How long is that witness likely to take?
15 minutes.
Yes, we'll proceed to hear that evidence.
I call Ms Jayanti Kannan.
Do you wish to swear an oath on the Bible or make an affirmation?
Make an affirmation, thank you.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth. Thank you. Thank you.
What is your full name?
Jayanti Kannan.
And are you a registered nurse?
Yes, I am.
Have you made a witness statement in this Royal Commission?
Yes, I have.
I'll ask that you be shown, it's appeared, WIT, stop 0139, stop 0001, stop 0001. If you just have reference to your screen, do you see a copy of the document on that screen?
Yes.
Do you recognise that as the statement you made dated 26 April 2019 in this Royal Commission?
That's correct.
Do you wish to make any amendments to the statement?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of the statement true and correct?
True and correct.
I tender the statement.
Yes, the statement of Jayanti Kannan dated the 26th of April 2019 will be Exhibit 3-12.
Operator, please bring up tab 65. I'm sorry, 64. Thank you. Ms. Kanan, the document you see before you appears to be a set of progress notes from the file of Mr. Terence Reeves.
That's correct.
And how are the documents relating to a resident at Garden View kept during the time the resident is there at Garden View? Are they all grouped together in a folder for that resident?
Yes, correct.
And was that the case in 2018 as well?
Yes, correct.
And one of the sets of documents that one finds within the resident's folder is the progress notes.
Correct.
And these are important notes that record noteworthy events concerning the resident's care on a perhaps even a daily or even hourly basis. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Sometimes there isn't an entry for a day because nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, whose responsibility is it to complete the entries into the progress notes? Is that the responsibility of the RN on duty?
Yes, right.
And how are the duties organised at Garden View? Are there 3 shifts?
Yes, there are 3 shifts.
And you were typically on the afternoon shift,
Yes.
2:30 to 11 p.m?
Yeah, correct.
And were you ever on one of the other 2 shifts, the morning or night shift, during the period 1 May to 7 July 2018, to the
No.
best of your recollection?
Not on that period.
All right. I want you to please focus on some words on the first page,
Yep.
adjacent to the figures in the left-hand column 2200.
Yep.
Do you see some words, resident remains awake and wandering? And then there are some more lines. Down at the bottom, it looks like you've put your name there, J. Kanan RN. Is that your handwriting?
Yeah, that's my handwriting.
Yeah. And did you make that entry at about 10 p.m, 2200?
That's correct.
Yeah. It might have referred to events that happened before 2200, is that right?
Yes, the phone call that I says yes.
Yep. The phone call came in before 2200.
Yep.
Now, the phone call that you've just referred to is recorded as follows. Received phone call from wife and daughter. Wife informed the above. And there are some various other things that are above there that I hadn't read out.
Okay.
Is it possible that you mistook the person you were speaking with and the person you're speaking with wasn't Mr. Reeves' wife, but was in fact one of Mr. Reeves' daughters?
No.
Why do you say that?
Like maybe I introduce myself to that person and I ask who I'm talking to.
All right. But you don't have a clear recollection of it?
No.
All right. Now, then you refer to some information you've recorded from the person you were speaking with, and it says, wife informed the above. Wife said at home when he is that really restless? Really restless? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
Yep. When he is really restless, she gives risperidone. It looks like 5 mg, but is it 0.5 mg?
It is 0.5.
0.5.
Yeah.
Half tab. So, in other words, 0.25 mg, is that?
Correct.
Yeah. 0.5 mg, half tab, TDS. What does TDS mean?
3 times a day.
And do you say somebody told you TDS,
If that's what she told me, that I put it TDS.
but you don't have a clear recollection?
No, I don't.
Written in LMO's book, what's LMO?
That is local medical officer.
And then
Review.
RV, review.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then some more word stuff. Brought him to the nurse's station as resident doesn't like to stay in his room, and then you've put your name there. So I suggest to you that the conversation you had was with Michelle McCullough.
I do not know that the name of the daughter that time.
All right. If we go, please, to the next page of this document. Perhaps before we go there, I'll just ask you to comment on another document. If we can save that, operator, I'll be coming back to that in just a minute. Could you please open tab 88 at page 0286? Is that page 0286? Thank you. Ms. Kanan, if you just look at the middle of that page, you see there's quite a lot of writing. There's 5 rows. There's some crossing out, and there's also a diagonal line striking through the entire entry. This is an extract from something called the Doctor's Communication Book. Is that right?
Correct.
Yep. And have you seen this document before, or this excerpt from a document before?
I don't understand.
Have you seen it before?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
like in the doctor's book, yes.
Yep. In fact, is the handwriting underneath the lines and the diagonal line, is that all your handwriting?
Yes, my handwriting.
Yep. Now, the usual practice I suggest to you with the Doctor's Communication Book, which you also refer to as the LMO book,
Yeah,
is that a task might be entered into it, and once that task has been seen to, it'll be struck through. Is that right?
correct.
Yep. Now, this is an entry that appears to have been made by you on the 1st of May 2018, correct?
Correct.
It says Terence Reeves unsettled, wandering ++. Does that mean a lot of wandering?
Correct.
Wife said she gave him risperidone, and it says 5 mg. Then it says half tab PRN, but that's crossed out. And then it says wife given consent to chart reg risperidone half tab Nocte plus, and that's struck out. That's got a line through it, rather, a
Yeah.
horizontal line through it. Did you originally write those words and then think you'd made a mistake and put a line through them?
I do not recall.
All right. And then it says half tab TDS PRN. What does PRN mean?
When required, when it's needed.
When it's needed.
Yeah,
Now, and you didn't cross out those last words. You didn't cross those out to begin with, but later on they're encompassed by the diagonal line that's struck through. So did you say, I'll withdraw that. What's this last line? Is that please, PLS, sign, and then what's NIM?
that's nurse-initiated medication.
Nurse-initiated medication.
Yeah,
And what's the process for nurse-initiated medication to occur?
there is a set of medications that nurse can prescribe, not prescribe, give, and the doctor have to authorize that if we are allowed to give it.
Thank you. Can we go back now, please, operator, to tab 64 to the saved page, page 0279. And Ms. Kanan, at the entry at the bottom for 4 May, is that your handwriting?
Yes,
And you say that the resident was confused and walking around, closely monitored by staff, and walked him to lounge, offered colouring in books and magazine, but resident couldn't stay still or concentrated, refused dinner time med and spat it out. What med was that at that point, do you know?
sorry.
What med was that at that point that he was taking? Was that galantamine?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep. Assisted by staff ×1 with care. Does that mean one-to-one care?
Yes,
Yeah. And is that a form of care when you have a resident who's having difficulty settling in and a staff member's assigned to look after that person all the time?
yeah, but not all the time when they are really restless. Yeah,
When they're really restless, to look
Yeah.
after them when they're really restless?
Yeah.
Yep. To be with them, to make sure, they don't enter people's rooms or anything like that?
yeah,
Yep. To make sure they don't fall over?
yeah.
Yep. For how long according to your experience, based on the policies and procedures and the work practices of Garden View, is Garden View willing to provide one-to-one care for a resident who's having difficulty settling in? For how long? How many days?
No, there is no policy or practice, but given the shift time, if somebody is really restless, then we see that if they need extra help, that we do offer extra help and assign somebody to stay with them to make sure they are okay.
Okay. On this same day, the 4th of May, a monitoring chart called a red alert monitoring chart
Yes.
was commenced.
Yeah.
Could we go please to tab 67 at page 0870? What's the purpose of this red alert monitoring chart, and why is it called red alert?
Because this resident is wandering a lot, so that we wanted to make sure that where he is during the course of the day, so we just commence the red alert monitoring chart.
Thank you. Now, I want to just ask you about pages, if we go to page 872 of this document, you were on the afternoon shift on the 8th of May,
Right.
and if we look at page 872, in the right-hand column, going down the column date, we get 6th, 7th, and very bottom 7th May, and the time ended is 1500. If we go to the next page, 873, in the left-hand column, we then have some entries beginning about halfway down for the 8th of May, beginning at 2400, so that's midnight. That's the beginning of the 8th of May, I suggest.
Yeah.
And looking further into the afternoon shift on the 8th of May, at about at a certain point in the 8th of May, beginning at about 0800 in the morning, but certainly extending then past 1400 and 1500, after which the afternoon shifts commenced, and then all the way through to 2300 where it says in his room, there's just no entry. It seems that he's stopped wandering. I suggest to you he was restrained during that period.
No, like the nurses, they are the one, they make the entry on that red alert wandering.
Right. You were on the shift for the afternoon of the 8th of May, and there's an entry in tab 64, if we'd go there please, operator, page 0281. And you've administered risperidone, PRN, because there's a yellow sticky note
Yes.
that you affix into the progress notes when you administer a PRN medicine, is that right?
Correct.
And it's had no effect. You've recorded that, is that right?
You're correct.
I suggest to you that you know that Mr. Reeves was restrained on the 8th of May, and I'll withdraw that. I suggest to you that Mr. Reeves, and that's why there's no entries made in the red alert monitoring chart, and it's partly because the risperidone had no effect. What do you say to that?
No, I'm not sure they haven't filled out the red alert monitoring chart. I did not know that. I only filled in my progress notes.
Do you know that Miss Michelle McCullough has given evidence that she found Mr. Reeves restrained on the 8th of May?
Yep.
Yep. And what do you say to that?
Reading to my notes, and also I recall some of the events that happened on that day. He was so restless, he was wandering into other residents' room, and he urinated on the floor, and we were worried he might slip on his urine, and also it's a risk for other residents as well. And also he walked into one resident room and he sat in his bed, and when he asked him to leave that room, that he wasn't very happy and he was aggressive and he put his fist in the air. So we walked him back to his room, and daughter visited him at that time, at dinner time. So he was very restless and wondering a lot.
Well,
and also he removed his clothes many times.
Just
that day.
stopping you there as you're reading through, I'll let you continue on in a minute, but I suggest to you that at that point, after you staff walked him back to his room and before the visit by the daughter, there was a restraint on Mr. Reeves in the nature of a lap sash.
Yeah, no, there was no restraint. So I went back to my work, start doing my medication. And then the nurse, she came and she called me and come and talk to the daughter. And then that's the time that I realized that they restrained him. And I spoke to her. And I told her that he was very restless and wondering. And I did not know the nurses has restrained him. So I informed that to the management.
Oh, okay. So you are accepting that he had been restrained in his room?
Yeah.
You're just not accepting that he was restrained all the time during the period of the red alert?
No.
Red alert monitoring chart that I took you to?
Yeah.
And you're saying that the staff had restrained him without your direction, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you about a discussion on the 13th of May with Mrs. Lillian Reeves, Mr. Terence Reeves' wife. Operator, could you please bring up Exhibit 38, WIT 0141, stop 0001, stop 0001. And if we go to page 2, please, paragraph 16, and if we call out paragraph 16. In this paragraph, Miss Reeves is referring to a head RN, and it'll be my submission that she is referring to you, Ms. Kanar, at this point. The head RN came to talk to me and we sat down at a table together. Do you remember sitting down at a table together with Mrs. Reeves?
I do not recall anything like that.
Okay. She asked me to sign a restraint authorisation form to give consent for Terry to be physically restrained. Do you remember asking Mrs. Reeves to sign a consent authorisation form?
No, I do not recall.
She told me that during shift changes, all the staff were busy doing the changes and walking around with other nurses, so they needed to restrain Terry for his own safety. Do you recall telling Miss Reeves that?
I do not recall anything.
Well, I suggest to you that you did have a conversation at the table, as she describes, that you did ask her to sign a restraint authorisation form to give consent for Mr. Reeves to be physically restrained, and that you did tell Mrs. Reeves that during shift changes all the staff were busy doing the changes and walking around with the other nurses, so they needed to restrain Terry for his own safety. What do you say to that?
I do not believe I would say anything like that.
I also suggest, as Miss Reeves goes on to say, that you said to her that it might also be required, that is, that the restraint might also be required during mealtimes. Did you say that?
No.
And I also suggest that you told her that it would only be for a period of 30 minutes at a time and at most twice a day. Did you say that?
I do not believe. No.
I beg your pardon?
I do not believe I said anything like that.
And I'll now ask you to have a look at the restraint form itself. Could we please bring up Lost my note. 21. Please bring up tab 21. Have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And is that your name appearing in the very bottom line, J. Kanan?
Yes,
And are the words wife, and that's just in the line above, and in the lowest line alongside date 13/5/18, are they in your handwriting?
yes,
And is that all the writing that you did on this form, or did you also do the ticks, danger to self and others, and belt lap restraint?
no, I do not believe I did the ticks.
You didn't do the ticks? You say you didn't do the ticks. I suggest you did.
I do not believe I did the ticks.
Okay. Now, I suggest to you that Mrs. Reeves signed the form to you, the form in your presence, in the following way. She mistakenly signed and dated in the middle of the page, and then you told her that that wasn't the correct place to sign, and she crossed out her signature there.
Object to that question, given this might be fairer to the witness to take it in two parts.
Okay. I suggest that Mrs. Reeves signed and dated in the middle of the form,
Sorry,
in your presence.
I do not remember whether she signed in front of me or she signed. I'm pretty sure she signed before.
You're pretty sure, and you don't remember. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
All right. So it's really a case of you not remembering this particular event. Is that right?
Right.
All right. Oh, I don't have any further questions then on that form. I'll just better ask you this. Do you remember pointing out that Mrs. Reeves hadn't written in what her relationship to the resident was, and asking her, could you write wife, and then writing wife after she agreed?
Correct. Yeah, I would ask her if she signed in front of me, I would ask her to fill out the form.
All right. Please bring up tab 66. At 0835. Do you know anything about that yellow sticker on page 0835, Ms. Kanan? Is that your handwriting?
No, not my handwriting.
Do you know anything about the sticker? Its
don't.
origin?
No.
No. Please bring up tab 61. This is a restraint chart, and it is one of a series of sheets. Would this have been kept with Mr. Reeves' folder as well?
No, this form kept in the nurses folder. The
Right.
nurses have their folder and they fill in every day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, there's a suggestion that there's a suggestion that there are not available any sheets before 28 May 2018. Do you know anything about why there aren't any sheets available before 28 May 2018?
I do not know.
With respect to the filling out of this restraint chart, you say that's in the nurses' station, is it?
It's in the nurses folder. Yeah, in the nurses station, but the nurses are the one fill out this form.
The nurses. And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of the way they fill out the restraint chart?
Sometimes they just very busy, so they just fill out the restraint form end of the day, like after they finish their work at 9 o'clock. Yeah,
And-
they don't just do it like update it every half an hour.
And if they do it at the end of the day or the end of the shift, do you have any reason to doubt that they'd be doing it on the basis of their best recollection at the time?
That's correct.
They'd be doing it on the basis of their best
The
recollection.
best recollection, yes.
You've been part-time at Garden View since about 2011, is that right?
Correct.
And full-time since 2016?
Correct.
It's been your only nursing job, is that
Yes.
right?
Correct.
Yeah.
In here.
Garden View's the only facility you've worked at?
Yeah.
And in all the time you've been there, has physical restraint been used on residents with challenging behaviours at Garden View?
Yeah, there are one or two residents, they were on physical restraint, but not all the time.
All right. In fact, it's been a commonplace of the way Garden View has operated since 2011, is that right? It's been a common feature of the way Garden View has operated to use physical restraints on residents?
Because I do not remember all those years what has happened, so
Please bring up tab 2. If we just look down the page, do you see your name appears towards the right-hand end of a block of black? So it looks like this email was received by you and it's dated 1 March 2017.
yes.
And do you have any reason to doubt that this is an email that you received on or about 1 March 2017?
Sorry, I don't understand that question.
Well, we'll go down a little bit and we'll see. If we go down to the bottom of the page, you'll see this from the nurse educator. If we go over to the next page, perhaps. Clinical nurse educator.
Yep.
Now, I won't ask you who that is, but we'll just go back to the previous page. At item 1, the clinical nurse educator has said, this is under the heading or under the introductory words, here are a few updates, please read carefully. 1, the residents in the central lounge, if need to be restrained, please sitting them near the glass door side. It doesn't look nice when the visitors walk in and see resident being restrained. I suggest that this was an email sent to you, to the Don, to the Deputy Don, and probably to many other staff on the 1st of March 2017. What do you say to that?
I do not remember seeing this email. Yeah, my name's there, so I'm pretty sure I received it as well.
And was this a bit of an issue at the time in March 2017, that up to that point residents in the central lounge had been left in restraints and it didn't look nice for visitors?
I do not recall this email, so I don't know. I can't comment
No
on
further
it.
questions.
Commissioners, as you know, I appear for the family members of Mr Reeves. I seek leave to ask some questions about two matters. They've both been covered by counsel assisting, but I wish to ask further questions.
Have you advised counsel assisting consistently with the guidelines of the
No.
questions you proposed to ask?
No, Commissioner, it wasn't apparent to me until Mr Gray finished that there might be further questions to ask.
All right, well, we have come up to an adjournment time. I'm going to adjourn for 15 minutes. In that time, would you take the matter up with senior counsel and we'll deal with it upon our resumption.
Certainly.
The Commission will adjourn for 15 minutes.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 12:30. Silence, all stand. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. We may have a solution. I'm going to ask questions on two topics, and then we'll hear what the other parties wish to say after I've done so.
Very well.
So with your leave, I'll ask some additional questions,
Yes.
even though I've already breached my estimate of how long this cross-examination would take. Thank you for your indulgence. Ms Kanan, on the 1st of May, you had a conversation with someone from the family. I've put it to you that that was a conversation with Ms Michelle McCullough on the evening of the 1st of May. And I want to put it to you that Ms McCullough, during the course of that conversation, has given evidence about the gist of the conversation, and I need to obtain your evidence in response to that evidence. Ms McCullough's given evidence that you, Ms Kanan, asked her if there was something that Mr Reeves had previously been given to settle his nerves, and Ms McCullough said that she was aware that her mother had given her father a half tablet of risperidone previously, but it did not sit well with her father. And I suggest to you that that's the correct account of the conversation that you had with the family member. What do you say to that?
I do not recall anything like that in the conversation. I do not recall.
All right. The second matter I need to ask you about relates to the events on the 13th of May. And I've asked you a lot of questions about the 13th of May already, and I've put to you the account of Mrs Lillian Reeves concerning, as she puts it, your witnessing of her signing the authorisation restraint form. Now, your evidence is not in agreement with hers. It seems to be, is this fair? It seems to be that you don't have a clear recollection of matters on that day with respect to Mrs Reeves. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, and referring to my notes, if I have spoken to her, I would have documented something in my notes that I spoken to her.
All right, but you're basing that remark on a supposition that you would have put things in your notes, but otherwise you don't have an independent recollection. Is that right?
Yeah, I do not have any recollection.
All right. Now, do you give evidence to the Commission as though that you did at least take away a form that was signed by Mrs Reeves?
Yes, correct. I documented that.
Did you come away from whatever interaction you had with Mrs Reeves with a form that had been signed by her? Is that right?
Sorry, can you explain that to me?
Yes. At the end of the conversation, did you have a form that was signed by her?
Yeah, I received the form, yes.
Yeah. Now, what was your understanding of the circumstances and durations for which the restraints authorised by that form would be applied? Do you understand the question?
No, I don't.
What was your understanding at the time
Yeah.
of the circumstances in which the restraints that were authorised by that form would be applied, and for how long would they be applied?
Yeah, our policy is restraints only applied when it's a last resort and everything's been tried. And when it's applied, it's checked hourly and recorded. And then every 2 hourly it's released. And the residents should be stood up and walked to the toilet, or every 2 hourly they should be released.
So you talk about every 2 hourly, but then after a walk to the toilet or whatever else occurs during that 2 hourly break, can they then be restrained again straight after that?
not doesn't have to be, because it's only applied as a last resort and it's only when it's needed.
So are you saying that Garden View's policy might have allowed further periods of restraint after the break in restraint, or it might not, depending on circumstances? Is that the evidence you're giving?
That's correct.
And that's what you thought
Yeah,
the form was authorising?
yes.
Would it authorise restraints of 13, 14 hours a day? According to your understanding?
Yeah, it's only used as a last resort unless everything's been tried and if they need to
So
use the restraint.
my question is, under any circumstances, would it authorise restraint in total across a day for 13 or 14 hours?
Still don't understand that question.
Your understanding of what the form was authorising,
Yeah,
I'm asking you about that. Could it ever authorise a resident to be restrained across a day, at various times across a day, that altogether add up to 13 or 14 hours?
it doesn't really say the time it's been used. It doesn't really say.
No further questions, Commissioners.
Commissioners, I don't seek to press the leave that I sought to raise before.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for your evidence, Ms Canaan. You're excused from further attendance.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Dr Miles Burkett. I'm sorry. What about Dr Kenneth Wong? Okay. Would it be convenient to rise early, Commissioners, and return early?
Yes. 1:45?
Thank you.
Yes, very well. The Commission will adjourn until 1:45.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 1:45 p.m.
Sorry.
That might be right.
Silence or stand. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Dr Miles Burkett. B-U-R-K-I-T-T.
Thank you.
Beg your pardon. B-I-R-K-I-T-T.
Double T. Oh, sorry, confusing. I'm sorry.
Perhaps you should
Have you
stand up
given me
and
the
say
wrong?
it.
Isn't it B-U-R?
Do you wish to swear an oath on the Bible or make an affirmation?
I'd like to make an affirmation, please.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Thank you.
What is your full name?
Miles Burkett. I was previously known as John Miles Burkett, and in recent years I've been known just as Miles Burkett.
Thank you, Dr Burkett. Do I spell your surname B-U-R-K-I-T-T?
That's correct.
Thank you. You've made a statement for this Royal Commission dated 29 April 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'll ask that that be brought up on the screen in front of you. WIT stop 0146 stop 0001 stop 0001. Do you recognise the document on the screen bearing that code to be a copy of your statement?
Yes, it is.
Do you wish to make any amendments to your statement?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Dr Burkett, in your statement you mentioned that you've been the local medical officer attending patients that have been allocated to you by the management of Garden View Nursing Home. For how long have you been acting as the local medical officer in that capacity?
In Garden View Nursing Home in particular?
Yes.
Look, I can't remember exactly. Probably 8 years. It's a bit of a guess.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
It's an estimate.
Yes.
Yep. And during that time, have you noticed that some of the residents in Garden View have from time to time been restrained by devices such as lap belts?
Yes.
About how often do you visit Garden View?
Probably about once a week. Sometimes it might be twice. And on other occasions when I'm busy, it may be one of my locum doctors.
In respect of the period in 2018 up to July 2018, doing the best you can as an estimate, about how many residents of Garden View would you estimate had restraints in the nature of lap belts on their...
I think that's a difficult question for me to answer because under my care, I look after about maybe a quarter of the residents there. When I'm doing my rounds, I tend to focus my attention on my residents, and you've also got to bear in mind that restraints are intermittently used, so how can I answer that question accurately?
Yes. Have you formed any impression in respect of that period in the first half of 2018 as to, on an intermittent basis, how many residents seemed to have belts on them from time to time when you visited?
There are a few, yes. And
I won't press you further,
yeah,
Doctor. I
it's sort of hard for me to answer, but yeah, I have seen people in restraints there, yes.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. Now, I want to ask you about the prescription order of 7 May, to which you've had your attention drawn by a notice given by the Royal Commissioners. And perhaps it's best if I just bring that document up on the screen and then ask you questions about it. Tab 69. Would we please go to page 1262?
Oh, 1262, yep.
Now, looking at page 1262, this document bears, it's slightly cut off, but it bears a title in the top right-hand corner, prescriber order sheet. In your statement, you've made a point about there being some sort of distinction between a script, an actual script, and a prescriber order sheet. Is there a difference?
It's a bit of a mix because the whole industry is undergoing a change where the medication charts in certain nursing homes are serve as prescriptions and others that don't. And I suppose sometimes for me it's a bit confusing because I go from one facility to another and it may not be obvious to me that what I'm writing actually is a script as well as an instruction.
Very well. Putting aside that potential difference and just treating this as, in effect, authorisation by medical practitioners in the nature of a prescription for PBS pharmaceuticals, I just want to direct your attention to the left-hand side of the document, the second box, which you've referred to in your statement, in particular at paragraph 7 and then again at paragraph 17. I just want to ask you about the markings in that box and the circumstances in which the markings came to be made. And just tell me if any of this is wrong. In that box, that is the left-hand side middle box, all the handwriting that appears is your handwriting, is that right?
The middle part on the left?
Yeah, the middle left.
Yes,
Yes.
it's mine. All of it.
Yes, and you've written, going from the top, risperidone 0.5 milligrams, half TDS. And what that is intended to convey is that you're ordering 0.5 milligram capsules of risperidone.
Tablets.
Tablets, thank you, tablets, but only half of each tablet to be used. PRN, which means as needed, up to TDS 3 times a day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Then there are perhaps in the middle, in a way it's the fourth line inside the box, I beg your pardon, third line inside the box, it says behaviour/unsettled. Is that the reason why you've prescribed the risperidone?
Yes.
And then in the next line, there is a circular form signature, and then there's a more angular form signature immediately to the right. Are they both your signatures?
Yes, the one on the left, sorry, the middle left in that box is when I prescribed it, and then the one right at the bottom of that particular box in the centre section is when I charted it off on the 28th of the 5th, 2018. And you might notice I've scrubbed out something there, and that was actually me. When I first prescribed it, I accidentally wrote the date in the wrong box.
Thank you. And I think there's just one or two minor extra things I need to ask you about. The circular form signature appears twice. Is it correct to say that where it appears in the bottom part of the box, that's when you've charted it off, and you've also struck through the entire box diagonally with 2 lines?
Yes, I usually like to strike it out as well because it makes it very clear. that this medication was ceased on this particular day.
Yes. And in the more middle part of the box, probably about the fourth line of writing, on what occasion did you make the more circular form of your signature towards the left-hand side of the middle of the box?
Sorry, I'm not quite understanding that question. You're talking about the left-hand signature?
Yes.
In the centre of that centre box?
Yes.
That was when it was prescribed.
Right. Why did you sign it twice when it was prescribed?
I object.
No, I didn't sign it.
I object.
Sorry?
Sorry, that was not.
No, that was not the evidence.
Yeah, but this... Beg your pardon, Dr. Burkett, just... I wish I had a pointer, but in the middle of the box, starting at the left, there's a circular series of markings over the words prescriber sig, prescriber name, and partly over date of prescribing. Do you see that circular form of signature there?
Yes.
When did you... Is that your signature in circular form?
Yes, and that was
When did you make that marking?
on the 7th of the 5th.
Right. And then just to the right of that, there's a more angular form of signature, isn't there? Is that a
Yes,
signature?
my signature varies all the time, but that's my signature as well when I charted it off. I think
Just to the right, there's a more angular over the words streamlining authority? Or is that just you printing your name? Is that what that is?
Streamline authority.
Just over streamlining authority, partly...
Oh, that's my name printed.
Got it.
The way doctors normally print.
Thank you. Thank you. And that was made on the 7th of May when you charted it on as well, was it? That marking?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much. Now, in respect of the circumstances in which this was charted on, do the words NIM mean anything to you in general? NIM?
Yes, nurse-initiated medication.
What does that mean?
Nurse-initiated medication. It really means that it's usually a chart, and it's the medications that are listed on that chart. The nurses can make their own decision to administer to the patient when they feel it's necessary.
And is that analogous to PRN?
Well, because it's not regular medication, it would be technically a PRN medication, but the decision to administer it to the resident would be a nurse-initiated medication. So the nurse decides.
Thank you.
Yep.
In your statement, you refer to the circumstances in which you made this order, I'll call it the order in that box, at paragraph 11 and then again at paragraph 17. We'll call up your statement again, please, operator, and we'll call out paragraph 11.
Yes.
Just refresh your memory about that. I want to ask you about the second sentence. I was advised at the time by the duty RN that the resident had already been prescribed this by the resident's doctor prior to arriving at the Garden View nursing home. However, I was aware that this particular medication did not accompany him when he arrived at the facility. The circumstances surrounding the prescribing of this medication was that the duty RN advised me that the resident was extremely agitated, confused and wandering extensively. As I was advised that he was on risperidone on a PRN basis at home, I determined that the medication was relevant to the prevailing situation, and so I charted it. And then again at paragraph 17, you refer in more general terms to both an occasion on the 7th of May and then you say on the 29th of May. Do you mean on the 30th of May? I beg your pardon, on the 28th of May? You say in paragraph 17, I did have conversations with the duty RNs with regard to the prescribing of risperidone, which would have been from my first attendance on the 7th of May 2018 and to the 29th of May, at which time I decided to cease the regular and PRN risperidone. Did you intend to say the 28th of May in that paragraph, Dr. Burkett?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not remembering all the time frame that well, but I think I'm referring to I think that might be the window in which I had anything particular like to do with the resident in like attending and so on.
Okay.
I think that's the window. Look, I'm not sure, but I haven't got access to that at the moment.
Dr. Burkett, you don't mention getting consent from any authorised representative of the resident, Mr. Terence Reeves, in your statement. Did you turn your mind to whether you should be getting informed consent from an authorised representative for medical treatment?
Well, going on the doctor's message book, I interpreted what I saw there as a consent.
Could we go to tab 88, please, operator? At page 0286. Thank you. Is this the reference in the doctor's communication book to which you're referring?
Yes, it says Mr. Terence Reeves was unsettled and wondering, and then it says wife said she gave or gives him risperidone. It looks like 5 milligrams there, but oh yeah, okay, half. That dose is wrong anyway, but half a tablet 3 times a day, PRN. Wife given consent to chart.
Is that the entry to which you're referring when you say you looked in the message book?
Yes.
There's a line drawn through wife given consent to chart. Do you see that? It's not the diagonal line, it's the horizontal line.
Well, that's probably reflects on rather a bad process, perhaps. That there's a tradition in the nursing home that we cross out stuff as we acknowledge it, and I have in my memory that we had a conversation with the nurse, and that I had consent to chart it.
Okay. I just need to ask you one other thing about this. If you look at...
I'd just like to
Go ahead.
add that if you're going to cross it out like that, it should be notated as to who crossed it out and why.
Yes. And the other obvious thing is there's also a diagonal line, so it is difficult. It's going to be my submission, based on some evidence that's been heard, that in fact the horizontal line was made by the RN who'd entered that information because she realised that was a mistake and she just wished to leave the reference to wife said she gave him risperidone 5 mg half tab TDS PRN without the text that has the horizontal line through it. Now, do you have any independent recollection of what this entry was when you referenced it on the 7th of May?
Well, I can't remember whether it was crossed out at the time or not.
No.
But
can I just suggest this to you, Doctor?
Yep.
If the words that are now subject, at least, to a horizontal line had been present, those words, in fact, the words you read out, wife given consent to chart reg risperidone half tab nocte, as well as the other words that are there, plus half tab TDS PRN, they suggest that if those words had been there, your charting on the 7th of May would have been different because it would have included a regular nocte half tab of risperidone in addition to the PRN prescription.
Well, quite frankly, I wouldn't have done it.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, because these sorts of medications are really last resort medications, and you don't go flying into it straight away. half a tablet, which is 0.25 milligrams, which is not quite what that message says there, but that's what it obviously meant, is to be given at the last resort, and to try and settle the resident down. It's important to take him for a walk, take him out to the garden, reassure him, toilet him, give some interaction with the local nursing home community, get the recreational officer to participate in having some activities done, which would tend to, even with quite severely demented people, sometimes it can settle them down.
And another reason is that these antipsychotic drugs such as risperidone have side effects. That's right, isn't it?
Mm.
And what do they include?
Well, there's quite a lot listed, but I think in the context of where we are with this drowsiness and propensity to fall is very important. But there's quite a big list of side effects. I can't go into all of them here,
no.
But there are a lot, and some of them include involuntary movements and involuntary posture and things like that, which is a problem.
And is it generally well known in the body of general practitioners that there is drowsiness and falls risk from risperidone?
It is, yes.
Now, I'll just ask you to just give your view again. I'm not sure whether I gave you a chance to answer it. Did you regard this entry in the form you saw it as being consent by the authorised representative for you to chart risperidone?
Well, I probably did. You've got to remember this patient came into the nursing home with no medical history provided, virtually came in, to the best of my knowledge, like with a bag of medication, and very little supporting information. And we have to get on with the job and try and look after him.
And informed consent would be a very important thing to obtain before charting risperidone, is that right?
Yes.
Tab 65, please, operator. Are these your notes in a series of records held at Garden View called medical notes? I beg your pardon, that's not the page I wish to go to. Beg your pardon, Doctor. Can we go to 0649, please? Thank you.
That is 0649.
Can we go to the top of the page, please, Dr. Burkett, adjacent to 7 May 2018? Are they your notes in respect to
Yes, that entry is mine.
Yes, thank you. Now, can we just go down, please, operator, to the 15th of May? These are not your notes at the 15th of May, are they, Dr. Burkett?
No, that's Dr. Wong, my locum.
Yep. Did he communicate with you about any of the information recorded alongside his notes of the 15th of May, or in his notes of the 15 May 2018, on or about 15 May 2018?
Did he inform me? Is that what you're saying? No.
Yes.
Well, I can't remember. Yeah.
Can we go to page 0649, the bottom, 28 May 2018? They're your notes adjacent to 28 May 2018, aren't they, Dr. Burkett?
Yes, that's right, the 28th of May.
And you said post-fall 21 May 2018, found sitting on floor in toilet, ceased risperidone, and then signed it?
Yep, that was a week later. Yeah, that's right.
And you've deemed it appropriate, as you explained in your statement, in light of the previous falls, to cease risperidone altogether on the 28th of May. Is that?
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah. Could I just ask you about this matter of a signature you put on a physical restraint authorisation? Could we please bring up tab 21? Now, you very properly dated it the correct date.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting anything to the contrary, but I just want to ask you about the circumstances in which you dated that, assigned and dated that. In about the middle, or about 2/3 down that page, do you see there's a fair few markings underneath where it's printed LMO signature? That's your signature, the circular form signature?
Yes, that's my signature.
And then you've written your name in the other form, the more angular form.
Yeah, that's my capital letters.
And then you've dated it 25 June 2018 because that's when you made those markings.
Yes, that should line up with my entry notes on that day.
And why did you sign it even though it's clearly a form that had other markings on it on 13 May 2018? What were the circumstances in which you signed it?
Well, I think the person signing that was probably Mrs. Reeves, the resident's wife, I would imagine, and she has signed it in the wrong place and it's been crossed out by somebody, possibly herself, maybe.
And you mentioned in your statement being asked to sign this, at paragraph 14.
Oh, I can't remember really clearly, but I'm sure I did it.
All right. I have no further questions.
Doctor, at any time...
Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, Commissioner. I've just omitted to tender the statement of payment.
No, what was its date?
It's 29 April 2019, WIT, stop 0146, stop 0001, stop 0001.
Is the statement of Dr. Miles Burkett dated the 29th of April 2019 will be Exhibit 3-13. Doctor, at any time in the month of May last year, did you have occasion to examine Mr. Reeves?
Well, I can't really remember. Mr. Reeves was a respite patient. I suppose I admit many respite patients for care. I know retrospectively that there are issues, but I can't really remember well.
And the evidence is that towards the end of May, you determined to cease the prescription that you had earlier made for his medication. What led you to do that?
Well, any antipsychotic medication, such as risperidone, need to be reviewed on an ongoing basis. And so the dose is tailored to fit the patient. And I mean, if there were no falls and no drowsiness, it could have been still appropriate. But under the circumstances, I made the determination that it was no longer appropriate.
Because of the reports you had received from the nursing staff?
Yes. Well, yeah, that's right. The dose was still quite low on my prescribing, but elderly people can be very sensitive, and medication such as tranquilizers and stuff can have a profound effect on some people and maybe a minimal effect on others. And so the doctor, initially, of course, you don't know. So one has to be very careful with the ongoing prescribing.
Anything arising out of that?
There is one question. It's not. It's indirectly arising out of what's been said. Dr. Burkett, if you can't recall having actually observed Mr. Reeves at the time of the prescriptions in respect of risperidone, it does raise the question whether you'd seen Mr. Reeves at the time you signed the physical restraint form, the consent
I object.
to restraint.
I object to the question.
On what basis?
The word used by senior counsel assisting was observed. Your Honour asked a question as to whether he had examined Mr. Reeves, and the answer, from my recollection, was that he could not recall. The question was then put on the basis that he had not observed him. I don't think that's been established on the evidence.
Yes, well, I'm sure the question can be reframed.
That's perfectly fair. So, Doctor, I'll ask the question again. Given that you can't recall whether you examined Mr. Reeves at the time of the charting of the risperidone, it leads me to ask a question whether you had examined Mr. Reeves by the time of your signing of the authorisation for restraint form, which was on the 25th of June 2018. Had you examined Mr. Reeves by then?
Well, I can't recall examining him, but I don't believe I would have prescribed risperidone and had a restraint order provision signed without even knowing who I'm doing it for. I'm sure I would have seen him.
All right. If you're sure you would have seen him, I'm going to ask you about your recollections, but given that you don't have a recollection of examining him, it's difficult. But do you have a recollection of forming a view that restraint authorisation was clinically indicated for Mr. Reeves when you signed that form on the 25th of June 2018?
I suppose it comes into the semantics of what you recollect and what you're recollecting, but it's hard for me. I've had all this shoved in my face in recent days. I can't remember standing over him looking at him, but I must have. I'm sure I did.
And on the basis of your usual practice, would it only be... Well, I withdraw that. I'll leave it there.
Very well.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing arising.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, very much. You're excused from further attendance.
Thank you. Got that there.
I call Dr. Kenneth Wong.
Would you like to swear an oath on the Bible or make an affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I will give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
What is your full name?
Kenneth Wong.
Operator, please bring up WIT stop 0145 stop 0001 stop 0001. Dr. Wong, have you made a statement for the Royal Commission dated 2 May 2019?
I did.
And if you just please look at the document that's been brought up on the screen bearing that code number, do you recognise that as a copy of your statement? Perhaps, operator, if we go to where we can see Dr. Wong's signature.
Yes, I do.
Do you wish to make any amendments to that statement?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Correct.
I tender that statement, Commissioners.
Yes, the statement of Dr. Kenneth Wong, dated 1 May 2019, will be Exhibit 3-14.
Operator, please bring up tab 65 at page 0648. Thank you. Dr. Wong, is that your handwriting appearing on that page of the Garden View Aged Care medical notes?
Yes, it is.
Did you conduct the admission, that is the medical admission process for Mr. Reeves?
I did.
And are these the notes you made during that admission?
Yes.
And did you note that under problems, Mr. Reeves has Alzheimer dementia, severe, and this was on the 1st of May 2018, I should say? Yep.
Yes.
And you noted at that time problems 1, Alzheimer dementia, severe. Then you've mentioned 2 other things, depression and hypercholesterolemia, is it? Or
That's correct.
Yep. And you've actually bracketed that and then said nil.
That's right.
What does that mean?
That means he's not receiving any current medication for those 2 conditions.
Okay. And you didn't change that?
No.
No. So his regular medication was galantamine?
Correct.
And was it 25 milligrams?
24.
24 milligrams Nocte?
That's correct.
And in your examination of him, you noted that he was walking without assistance.
That's correct.
His mobility was good, wasn't it?
That's good. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. And under directions, if I can put it that way, in the last 3 lines, was for medication as charted, normal diet, normal nursing care.
That's correct.
Now, on the 15th of May, you charted regular risperidone 0.5 milligrams Nocte. Do you recall that?
I do. Yes, I do.
I'll get the chart. That is the prescriber order sheet brought up. That's tab 69, please, operator. Page 1262. And in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a box on that page 1262. Now, I want you to ignore the diagonal lines and a signature in 2 places at the bottom of that box on either side of the date 28 May 2018. Apart from those markings, are the markings in that box your own handwriting?
Yes, it is.
Yep. And you've charted the 0.5 milligrams Nocte and you've signed. And was that on the 15th of May?
That's correct.
Right.
It's not day to day, but my note says on the 15th.
All right. And then later, to the best of your knowledge and belief, did Dr. Burkett chart it off? Is that what these markings mean?
That's what the marking suggests.
The other markings, the diagonal markings?
That's crossing, yes.
Yep. Now, with respect to the circumstances in which you charted the risperidone 0.5 milligrams Nocte as a regular medicine, you've referred in your statement at paragraphs L, M, N and O to the circumstances of that charting. And you've had conversations with senior nursing staff. Who was that?
I can't remember.
All right. And they told you that they were informed, I beg your pardon, they informed you that they were concerned about the continued wellbeing of Mr. Reeves. Is that what you recall?
That's correct.
You can't recall what rank the person was? Were they
No,
registered nurse?
Sorry, I can't. I tried, but I can't remember.
All right. At N, you've referred to some clinical notes that Dr. Burkett had reviewed Mr. Reeves on 7 May 2018. I'll take you to what I believe might be those notes in a minute. But then you've said the nursing staff informed you that the low-dose risperidone was not effectively managing Mr. Reeves' distress, his wandering or his behaviour, and the wandering was creating a risk of falling. Now, I just want to ask you about that because you'd noted at his admission that he was very mobile. And they weren't the exact words you used, but in your evidence,
that's
you
correct.
agreed he was mobile. So you didn't believe he was a risk of falling on his admission?
That's correct.
Do you understand risperidone to be associated with falls risks?
Yes, I do.
So at this point in time, on the 15th of May, 14 days after admission, a person who only 14 days before was mobile is now said by the nursing staff to be at some sort of falls risk, is that right?
That's correct.
Wouldn't that raise an alarm bell in your mind that it might be the risperidone that's causing the falls risk?
Yes, it did. And on questioning the nursing staff, they said it was not effective.
But the response on the day is that you've actually charted more risperidone, haven't you, as a regular medicine?
That's right. That's correct.
Well, isn't that illogical? If risperidone was a falls risk, and if somebody who was mobile only 2 weeks before is now, by the 15th of May, said to be at risk of falls, isn't it illogical to prescribe him more risperidone?
In that sense, yes. But my thinking at that time was there's this gentleman who was, when I saw him in the corridor, he was acutely distressed, he was confused, he was wandering down, and obviously suffering from agitation and delirium probably. And according to nursing staff, the half of risperidone was given, a quarter risperidone was not effective in modifying his behaviour, and it persists to have sleep disturbance and walking around wandering at night. And the corridor is a busy place, people walking up and down, the staff is, and there's more possibility of tripping over, running over. And my decision was just a knock day. I didn't increase the risperidone during the daytime PRN, I just increased at night time. And hopefully he'll get some sleep at night and reverse his sleeping pattern. At the present moment, he was more awake at night time and sleeping during the daytime.
Dr. Wong, I'll take you to the document that I think you might have in mind when you refer to the notes you mentioned, clinical notes you called them, that Dr. Burkett had made. Now, please bring up tab 65, operator, on page 0649. Is that the note that you have in mind when you made that reference to clinical notes that Dr. Burkett had made? And at the top of the page, 7 May 2018, resident wandering a great deal, generally unsettled.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And then is the next entry on that page an entry you made?
That's correct.
And you made that on the 15th of May?
That's correct.
And you've noted confusion is increased, what does that say?
Agitation.
Agitation. Is increased in the evening, is that what you've said?
That's correct.
And then you said for 1 belt restraint?
Yes, correct.
And 2 regular risperidone, 0.5 milligrams nocte?
That's correct.
Right. And you haven't, and that's in effect the record of what you charted, or the reasons why you charted the 0.5 milligrams nocte on the 15th of May, is that right?
Yep, that's what I said, yep.
In addition, you've said for belt restraint. What were the clinical indications in your mind for belt restraint?
Back to the wandering, the increased risk of fall. Okay, when I saw him, he was walking normally. There's no loss of balance. He was walking well. And that's one of the problems. He's walking up and down the hallway. And the normal method of trying to control him was one is first non-pharmaceutical. We'll try to behavior modification, try to talk to him, calm him down. According to the nursing staff, that's not working. 2, pharmacological restraint, risperidone, quarter tablet 3 times a day. According to nursing staff, it's not working. So we're left down to physical restraint. And of all the physical restraint, lap band on the chair is the most lowest of them.
And did you indicate for how many, did you indicate orally in any conversation for how long during any particular day that would be appropriate at a maximum?
From memory, I didn't actually state that, but I also assume that this is the normal protocol, not to only to invoke when there's no other alternative, when there's danger to him. Number 2, I always got the assumption that lap restraint is done when in a safe situation, he'll be supervised, not left alone. And also I was left to understand that lap restraint also means he'll be entertained, not just sit in the corner. He'll be stimulated with people walking around him, trying to get him to do things. And just...
In your statement at P, you say, I advise the nursing staff, this is in respect of the question, did you have any communications with or provide advice to staff of Garden View regarding the use of physical restraints on Mr Reeves? You say, P, I advise the nursing staff that considering Mr Reeves was at risk of falling if he continued to wander around the nursing home, they could use a belt restraint if they were unable to moderate that behaviour by other means.
That's correct.
That's correct, is it?
Yes.
That's what you said?
That's what I said, told him. So the first choice is to try to calm him down by walking around, talk to him, reassure him.
Well, I suggest that if you said something to that effect, that doesn't put any time limitation on... It doesn't put any time limitation on their use of belt restraint.
No. I depend on the nurse's judgment.
And it's not really, I suggest, an indication that the belt should be used as a last resort. It's simply, it can be used if they can't moderate the behaviour by other means. What do you say to that?
My assumption is always as last resort.
Well, what does that really mean? I'll ask you a proper question. Yeah. Why couldn't the nursing home provide one-to-one care for Mr Reeves? And if they did that to make sure he didn't fall over, then that would not justify the use of a restraint because there's something else that they could do to stop him falling over, i.e. delegate a person for one-to-one care.
Yep, you're correct, I agree.
So it's not, provided the nursing home could provide one-to-one care, it couldn't be justifiable as a last resort to use physical restraint. What do you say to that?
I agree with that.
I want to return to the point I asked you about a little earlier with respect to your increase of the dose of risperidone to regular Nocte. Mm-hmm. The justification that's been mentioned to you by the staff of Garden View when they seem to have raised the topic, did they raise the topic of physical restraint or did you just think of it?
No, they did.
They did?
As part of the discussion management plan, what we can do for him.
Okay, so do you remember the terms in which they mentioned it? Did they say, Dr Wong, could we please put a belt restraint on him?
Probably something like that. Authorised for that restraint, yep.
All right. And what was the reason they advanced for that? Or what's the justification they advanced to persuade you to authorise restraint?
Okay.
Objection. there's a faulty premise in that question. There wasn't any suggestion that there was evidence, from his evidence, that there'd been attempts at persuasion.
Okay. I'll rephrase the question. Were there any reasons advanced in support of their request that you authorise restraint?
No more than what I can see him walking around confused and agitated.
All right. Was there any reference to a risk of falling, or was that something that you formed your own view about?
That's something I formed my view.
All right. Now, in respect of that, you've already said that you know that risperidone is associated with increased risks of falling. And on the very same day, I suggest to you that you're acting inconsistently by raising the dose of risperidone that Mr. Reeves is going to experience over the course of a 24-hour period, at the same time as using the risk of falling to justify the application of physical restraint.
Yep.
What do you say to that?
That is my dilemma, yes.
Well, it's not just a dilemma, it's illogical, isn't it, Dr.
No, sorry. My justification for giving it at night time, I didn't increase during the daytime. I increased at night time in the hope that he may get some sleep and reverse his sleep pattern so that he'll be back to sleeping at night time and awake during daytime.
You didn't alter the PRN prescription for half-tablet TDS, did you?
Yes, I did not.
And half-tablet TDS means that Mr. Reeves might, theoretically, have received as much as 0.75 milligrams of risperidone during the daytime PRN, correct?
That's correct, but I depend on this written as PRN, therefore I depend on the nursing staff to use judgment when it's necessary. And from my conversation with the nursing staff, I was told the PRN dose was not given that many times.
Did you turn your mind to the question of obtaining informed consent from any authorised representative of Mr. Reeves before prescribing 0.5 milligrams regular risperidone noctane?
You repeat that question?
Yeah. Did you, on the 15th of May, or at any time before the 15th of May, did you turn your mind to the obtaining of informed consent from an authorised representative of Mr. Reeves for prescribing him 0.5 milligrams risperidone noctane on a regular basis?
The simple answer is no, I did not, but I made a couple of assumptions. One, it was already previously prescribed already by Dr. Burkett, and second, the nursing staff informed me that the patient was already on it before he came to nursing home.
But you were informed that Mr. Reeves was only on half a tablet of 0.5 milligrams.
That's correct.
PRN, which means 0.25 milligrams risperidone PRN, and it's a different matter, I suggest to you, to prescribe risperidone on a regular basis, be it in the daytime or noctane. It's a different matter requiring informed consent for that matter. What do you say to that?
That's your opinion, and I got a different opinion from that. I said, I already explained my answer. I gave it at night time, in the hope that he may get some sleep, and hopefully it may reverse his sleeping pattern. In the hope of that happening.
I'm sorry?
I said, I hope that would happen.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your evidence. You're excused from further attending.
Thank you.
Next, I call Ki Ling Lau, Miss Ki Ling Lau.
What time is it?
Would you like to swear an oath on the Bible or make an affirmation?
On the Bible.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
What is your full name?
Keeling Lau,
And do I spell your surname L-A-W?
L.A.
L-A-U?
correct.
Thank you. Are you a registered nurse?
No, I'm the director of nursing.
Are you also a registered nurse?
I'm also a registered nurse.
And you're the Director of Nursing of Garden View Aged Care Marylands?
Correct.
Operator, please bring up WIT stop 0137 stop 0001 stop 0001. Have you made a statement dated 2 May 2019 for the Royal Commission?
Yes, I did.
Is this a copy of that statement?
It's correct.
Do you wish to make any amendments to the statement?
There could be one mistake in the date of discharge on the last page, where it stated on the 8th, where he was discharged on the 7th of July.
And if we go to paragraph 121, please, operator, on page 21. The last line of paragraph 21, at the end of the line refers to 8 July, it should refer to 7 July. Is that right, Ms Lau?
Correct.
With that amendment made, to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
True and correct.
I tender the statement.
Subject to the correction at the end of paragraph 121, the statement of King Lee Lau, dated the 2nd of May 2019, will be Exhibit 3-15.
Ms Lau, you've been the Director of Nursing of Garden View Maryland since 1995, is that right?
Correct.
And over all that time until July 2018, has it been the case that at Garden View there have been residents that are subject to physical restraint from time to time?
No,
No?
I don't believe that's the case. In the beginning, there were very little restraints. For some reason, in 2017, it seemed that the number of residents with challenging behaviour escalated. I recollect that was the peak of the number of restraints we had.
And so at that time, at that peak, how many residents did you have from time to time under restraint, if I could put it that way? How many residents were there who would be subjected to restraint from time to time?
I can't recollect. I from time to time I was 7 to 9.
7 to 9. And that's out of 70
72.
residents?
Now, total capacity is 72.
72. And Garden View provides a high level of care. Is that how you regard Garden View?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Yep. And do you know why Garden View, in this period you're referring to, determined to use restraints on 7 to 9 residents or thereabouts?
It's the number of it's a clientele mix that Garden View is getting. A lot of residents coming to aged care home suffer dementia. Plus, when some of the residents that we admitted earlier, their dementia has progressed. So it just seemed that during that period, moving forward, we have high number of residents exhibiting challenging behavior. And that is the reason why we have extra.
Well, that's part of the reason, but was there any other reason?
No.
So why weren't there more staff available to look after those people with, as you say, challenging behaviour, say on a more one-to-one basis?
Garden View always have higher ratio of staffing, but unfortunately, it never can afford in any aged care home one-to-one. There are many occasions where they need one-to-one. One-to-one staff is given, one-to-one care is given, a lot of the case, or the residents are taken to where the staff are so that they can closely monitor it. So unfortunately, it can't afford one-to-one for all 72 residents or high number of residents with challenging behaviour.
Operator, please bring up tab 2. Did you receive the email that begins about halfway down the page, which was sent on 1 March 2017? It comes from the clinical nurse educator.
I can't remember the email.
Do you remember the issue raised at point 1, that the residents in the central lounge, if need to be restrained, please sitting them near the glass door side? It doesn't look nice when the visitors walk in and see resident being restrained. Do you remember that being an issue?
No. If I have seen the email, I would have corrected the situation, because it seemed concerning that that's the case, because what Garden View always have proposed to do is that when the residents are under restraint, they need to be supervised. They need to be in clear vision, not put in near the window side, the glass door side. So if I have known that, if I seen that email, I would have corrected it.
So you're saying that you're saying that you didn't receive this email?
I can't recollect receiving the email.
Well, if you look further up the page, you'll see that it's actually been forwarded by you. So you must have received it. Isn't that the case?
I saw it outside. I was shown this email, this piece of paper, and I cannot at the moment explain why this is so, because from the first original email, it seemed as though I have sent the email to the commission, to the complaint department, regarding a case on diabetes. And the attachment, any attachment that I give to them will be scanned attachments of education sessions attended by the staff. So I cannot recollect why there will be the second part of the email, which is not from me, included in this email.
But on the 21st of March 2017, you've forwarded, albeit for another purpose related to diabetes, you've forwarded this document on to somebody else, but it clearly refers to an issue about residents in the central lounge being restrained in view of visitors, and you're saying that you didn't notice that in the email?
No, I didn't notice that in the email.
How about in real life? Did you notice that there were residents restrained in the central lounge near the glass door in view of the visitors?
Normally what I see that is in the activity room. That was previously, I believe. I forgot now when we changed that central. It was central activity room, and then we changed to dining room.
Well, I suggest to you that you would have been fully aware that there were residents in the central lounge in view of visitors when they walk in. What do you say to that?
The central lounge is, at that time, it's a central now it's just a dining room. The residents normally they in the top chair or in the chair, they sit along the opposite side of the window, because what I can usually what they normally do is that they have the activities conducted near the window side, and they have got table and chair near the window side for those attending the social activities, and those that are watching or in there for other purposes, they sit along the side, on the opposite side to the glass window.
And were you aware, I suggest you were, that there were residents under restraint in the central lounge?
Yes.
In about March 2017?
Yes.
How many?
I can't exactly establish how many.
You were asked, beg your pardon?
Will be minimal, 1 or 2.
Oh, yeah. Now, at the bottom of the email, it says, should you require any further information, please do not hesitate to contact Kim. And then there's some other people. Are you Kim, or is there some other Kim?
Yes, I am.
Yep.
Because that's an email from my clinical nurse educator.
Isn't it likely that the clinical nurse educator, before saying to everybody on the addressee list, should you require any further information, please do not hesitate to contact him or Kim or others, isn't it likely that she raised with you the point in point 1?
It is normal practice, because when I generate a memo, I usually show it to my deputy or the clinical nurse educator or anyone. It's for proofreading of my grammar or to see the content is correct before I attach it to send to the staff. But in this case, I cannot recollect seeing that, because it is an email directly sent to the staff and not attachment of a memo as such. The other thing is that from memory, Nicole has often do that on her own accord, but she always put down there, please contact Kim Han or me for if you have any question.
Now, as the Director of Nursing, how often are you in at Garden Vale? Are you there during the day shift? Every day?
Yes. In the morning, I'm usually there at before 6:45, and then finish at either 4:30 or 5 o'clock.
And do you walk around the premises on a regular basis?
I do.
What, many times a day?
It all depends. Some days I do more rounds, and some days I check on different times. 2-3 times a day is pretty normal.
And you said in about March was the peak of Garden View using restraints on residents. That this is an email from March. I suggest to you that you knew that there were residents in the Central Lounge being restrained in view of the glass door side where visitors could see them, and you were supportive of the direction to everyone, greeting everyone it says, to move those residents away so visitors couldn't see them.
No, I don't believe I would agree with that.
All right. And I suggest further that that was because you didn't want to give the impression that there were too many people under restraint in Garden View.
No, that wouldn't be the case, because I want them monitored. Residents' safety is the first priority. For me, all my principles belief is for resident care. Residents' well-being is of my main concern there.
When did Garden View start using the East Wing as a close monitoring unit for people with advanced dementia?
I think with the renovation, she started in around year 2000.
Year 2000. So all the time since the year 2000, have the most advanced cases been in the East Wing? The most advanced cases of people living with dementia have been in the East Wing, is that right? And how many residents have there typically been in the East Wing?
At the one time, only maximum number is 12.
12. And there's evidence before the Royal Commission that virtually all of the people, with the exception of a resident, am I allowed to name the resident? With the exception of one resident in the East Wing in the period May to July 2018, all of the other people in the East Wing were restrained in the period May to July 2018?
That is not the case, because I have asked staff to check back on the records around that time. I think at that time, it seemed like, to best of my recollection, I was told that Mr. Reeves was the only one.
Now, to the best of your recollection, that doesn't appear in your statement, does it? That Mr. Reeves was the only person under restraint in the East Wing, is that what you're saying?
Wing.
In the East Wing?
East Wing.
Now, I want to ask you about the time before this peak, where you refer to a peak in restraints being used on residents, and you estimate 7 to 9 residents might have been under restraint from time to time. Do you say that before 2017, Garden View was using restraints but not as often? What do you say?
That's absolutely correct. And we have got more residents who are not at risk of falling or intruding.
So in 2016, there were restraints being applied to residents, is that right?
Possibly 2016 to 17, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about your statement. If we bring your statement up and go to page 19, paragraph 110. In paragraph 110, you say, in your view, we met the standard and quality of care for Mr. Reeves. But you also say, however, I can't be sure of every instance of care and every experience of Mr. Reeves due to a lack of documentation and the fact my staff can't now recall key issues. Now, if we go to the next page, paragraph 114, you say you haven't been able to satisfy yourself that there been compliance with the policy in relation to restraints. And then you say a whole lot of things that you believe. But I want to ask you about that policy. Are you conceding in this paragraph that there might have been a breach of the policy of Garden View in respect of the care of Mr. Reeves?
There is no breach of the policy. The policy says that he can be restrained under emergency basis, but then it is very hard to demonstrate what is emergency basis.
Well, you said in the first line, I haven't been able to satisfy myself that there been compliance with the policy.
That is why I said that line. I cannot be 100% certain.
So you're saying there might have been a breach of the restraint policy?
Possibly, cannot be 100% certain.
All right. And I want to ask you to look at the policy. That's tab 5, please, operator. Now, if we go to page 1230, please. At the bottom of page 1230, there's a heading, Wandering Residents. The philosophy of our policy is to give optimal level of care to all our residents, and then over the page, with an objective to safeguard them while maintain their independence. There are a few other things said. Then down below, under a heading restraint, it says physical restraint is deliberately restricting a person's movement or behaviour. It can be the use of equipment designed to limit or stop someone from moving, taking away mobility aids, or by using physical force and locking of doors. If restraint is required for residents in this facility, the staff will try all kinds of softer restraint to reduce the use of high-risk restraints, like the use of bed rails, or extreme risk restraints, like the belts or vests. So the policy regards a belt as an extreme risk restraint. Is that correct, Ms Lau?
Yes.
And is that because of the risk to the resident, for example, pressure injury to them or strangulation if they slip down, things of that kind?
Because that is what it is stated in the guidelines, that using of belts and restraint is classified as extreme risk. That's where I extreme risk from.
So because it's an extreme risk restraint, you'd accept, wouldn't you, that the circumstances have to be extreme before a belt would be used even for a short time?
True.
And what is the daily limit in total under your policy or your direction to staff if you don't have a written policy?
There will be no set up limits because every individual case is different.
What, so it could be for 13 or 14 hours a day?
Well, under best practice, it won't be good to have a resident restraint for that long. Unfortunately, in the case of Mr. Reeves, he has day and night reversal, so it is basically 24 hours where he is at risk or putting other people at risk. So therefore, the length of time seems longer. On the other note is that the restraint chart has demonstrated in many parts to be incorrect.
We'll come to that in a minute, but I'm just asking you whether it would ever be justified to apply a belt, even in a single day, for 13 or 14 hours.
It won't be justified.
It would not be, would it?
No.
No. And what about day after day? For continuous days, for long periods of hours, 6, 9, 13 hours. That could never be remotely justified. That would be mistreatment, wouldn't it?
It all depends on circumstances again.
Well, there's always something.
Because if it is a resident who is just not wandering at some time, then it will seem like extreme. But when a resident is non-stop wandering, then it is hard for one-to-one all the time.
But rather than apply physical extreme risk restraints to a resident for many, many hours on consecutive days, anything should be done to avoid that, because it could only be at the extreme last resort. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes.
And that would include one-to-one care, even if it's costly for the rostering and staffing costs of the nursing home.
It was demonstrated that a lot of one-to-one care has been provided, but it can be 24 hours one-to-one care at all times because the funding does not afford that kind of level.
Well, what if it were 20 hours?
20 hours?
Could
Sorry,
you pay-
I didn't.
What's the limit? How much one-to-one care can be provided?
20 hours a day?
Yep.
No.
12 hours?
I can't put a figure. It's just that when somebody is available, not busy attending to other residents, then that person can be utilized for one-to-one.
Please bring up tab 74. This is a letter from your employer's solicitors responding to a notice from the Royal Commission. Have you seen this letter before? It's a letter from Spark Elmore dated 11 April 2019.
Can I expand that because I've
Sure.
got difficulty seeing?
Sure, of course.
Thanks.
Operator, could you please expand?
Thank you.
Yeah, is that big enough, Ms. Lau?
Okay, thank you.
Have you seen this letter before?
Yes, that is the beginning of the Royal Commission. That letter was, I seen this letter, yes.
All right. Now, I'm not going to ask you about any conversations you had with lawyers, but I'm just going to ask you about certain contents of the letter. If we go to the next page, please, operator. Question 4. If you expand the central section of the page, thank you. So, Ms Lau, question 4 was, as at 30 June 2018, describe the method or process by which Garden View assessed and determined the number of staff in direct care categories rostered for each shift. Just stopping there are 3 shifts, morning,
Correct.
afternoon and night?
Correct,
Yep. During the night, there's less staff, is that right?
correct.
And there's one person in East Wing, is that right?
Yes, 24 hours.
East Wing's only got one person for the entire 24-hour period.
No. They have 24 hours, there's always one person there. At any one time, there will be one person in East Wing.
All right. Are you saying there's only one person
It's
assigned
more
to...
than, at least one.
At least one. Now, I'll keep reading. As at 30 June 2018, describe the method or process by which Garden View assessed and determined the number of staff in direct care categories rostered for each shift, including by identifying, and then there's the person, A, the person or persons, I'm not going to be asking you about that, and B, I'm going to be asking you about this, the considerations involved when making rostering decisions. Now, these are decisions that you make, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And you say that Garden View has developed, or do you say this? Garden View has developed a base roster for direct care staff, registered nurses and other clinical support staff that covers a fully occupied facility of high care needs residents. Is that something that you say?
Yes, correct.
And Garden View then considers and increases the rostered direct care staff when it is alerted and requested by the existing direct care staff. Staff are directed, requested and encouraged to alert the Don or D-Don, is that Deputy Don?
Yes,
To any identified problem or issue when they find a certain area or time of day when more staff are needed to manage an increased workload, or increased time is needed to care for residents with challenging behaviours or specific needs. Upon any notification of an area of need, the roster is added to from Garden View's existing pool of permanent, part-time or casual staff. Is that all correct?
yes, correct.
And then there's a reference to the considerations taken into account when making rostering decisions, and these are typically decisions by you or in your absence the Deputy Don, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Now, what I suggest to you is that there was a process just described by reference to the need to care for residents with challenging behaviours or specific needs, by which you could increase the roster to care for a person with challenging needs, and it was in your discretion to do so for Mr. Reeves.
There will be care increase in general. It's not for one person alone. It is for covering of all residents. We cannot increase staffing level to the extent that he has 1-to-1 24 hours.
Why not?
The funding will not allow, does not enough to fund for that kind of level, unfortunately.
When you say the funding, what funding?
Well, based on the AFI funding.
So you're
And also
restricting
others.
the care that you provide to a particular dollar amount you receive under ACFI?
We have a baseline, and we can increase a little bit, but not to the extent of 24 hours, one extra staff.
Well, this is what I asked you before. To what extent can you extend?
No, we can't extend to that much. But what we can do is increase maybe 4.5 hours or something like that, or increase the shift so that if the particular resident is very restless, So somebody who is going home early that day could ask her, can you stay on? Or if there is a staff member that is not too busy, or even the admin staff, we can say, can you go and help? Those kind of things we do to manage care for residents.
During the period 1 May to 7 July 2018, did you try those things to help Mr. Reeves?
We have, because a lot of time he is put with the recreational activity officer, and if she has time, she will spend one-to-one with him.
How many times did that happen?
I can't recollect, because a lot of time, and also the physio aid, when they have finished their work, when they have got extra time, she's also has spent time with him. And the nursing staff, they are not busy all the time, because once they finish the work and they have any time, they usually I have seen them spending time with residents who wonders, a resident who need extra care. One-to-one.
There weren't any regular scheduled activities in the afternoon shift between May and July 2018, is that right?
There's no?
There were no scheduled regular activities in the afternoon shift between May and July 2018, is that right?
There is, the activities is up to 4:30 or 5 o'clock only.
Right. I think you said a minute ago that the funding would extend to allowing about 4.5 hours per day of one-to-one care. Is that right?
I don't calculate the funding. I just make estimates as to whether it is affordable.
And it isn't affordable to provide one-to-one care for more than 4.5 hours in a day. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that, yes.
Yep. Did you seek expert advice from DV Mass in respect of the management of Mr. Reeves? You don't refer to anything of the kind in your statement.
Not for him. I can't recollect him being referred to DV Mass.
Did you ever seek the intervention of the severe behaviour response team?
Yes, we have. The DV Mass was involved
for Mr.
with
Reeves?
other cases,
No, I meant
but
for
not
Mr.
for
Reeves.
Mr. Reeves.
Did
No.
you ever seek a severe behaviour response team intervention for Mr. Reeves?
I believe there wasn't a referral to them,
Okay.
but
now,
he was referred to geriatrician.
yeah, that's right at the end of his stay, though. It's very close to the end of his stay, isn't it? Now, it follows, doesn't it, that Garden View did not do everything that it could have done to investigate other options for managing his, that is Mr. Reeves' behaviours, before imposing physical restraints on him. You didn't seek advice from DV Mass, and you didn't seek the intervention of the severe behaviour response teams.
It's true to say that.
Was it reported to you that on the 8th of May, Mr. Reeves had been subjected to restraints by staff? That is, in the nature of a lap belt?
It may have happened, but the documentation did not reflect that. It could have happened, but not reflected by the documentation.
Did registered nurse Jayanthi Kannan report to you that not supported by any direction by her, staff had placed Mr. Reeves in a restraint on that day, 8th of May?
I did not hear it before, only today, earlier here.
Listening to Ms. Kannan's evidence?
Yes.
On the 11th of May, the evidence suggests that Mr. Reeves was in restraints for at least part of that day. What do you say to that?
I cannot remember exactly that he was restrained part of the day or cannot remember.
Now, both of those dates were before any form was signed which in any sense could be an authority to restrain Mr. Reeves. Do you accept that? Because the form in question was dated the 13th of May.
It's correct.
So
It could have happened.
Well, assuming it did happen, on any view, the restraint applied to Mr. Reeves on those days was without authorisation, wasn't it?
Yes, without authorization. But I hope that the staff will have assessed him, and it will be as they was assessed as requiring, and they will have their own assessment. Based on that assessment, they would have applied it.
So are you saying that direct care staff, not even a nurse, can just make up their own mind and apply a restraint without authorisation?
It is not the normal policy
Well, not
and
normal.
procedure.
Is it contrary to Garden View's policy, would you say?
Exactly,
Yeah.
contrary to our...
So assuming that happened, say on the 8th of May, that was a breach of Garden View's own policy, wasn't it?
It would be.
And what
It
about
is.
on the 11th of May?
I have no recollection that it happened also on the 11th of May.
All right. Now, I'll ask for document tab 64 to be brought up, please. Adjacent to the letters or the numbers 2200 in the left column, do you see the words in the progress notes, resident remains awake and wandering, received phone call from wife and daughter, wife informed the above, wife said at home when he is really restless she gives risperidone 5 mg, but it's 0.5 mg, half tab TDS, written in LMO's book to review. In accordance with the usual practices of Garden View, would a reference like that be regarded as informed consent by an authorised representative to the prescribing of an antipsychotic such as risperidone?
But it would seem like it's given consent because she says wife give consent. Oh,
Where does it say that?
no, sorry. No, it would not seem like it is a consent given.
All right. Now, if that's all that was said, I'm not actually saying that is an accurate account of a conversation, but if that was what was said, you wouldn't regard that as informed consent?
No, it wouldn't be a consent. It would say that it has been used at home, that she would agree that that to be used too.
It would need to say, and she agrees that it could be used by the home, by the nursing home.
Yes,
I should say the aged care facility.
that's correct.
Because it's a different thing, isn't it, for a family to be prescribed risperidone half tab to be used by them in the home in the particular family relationship context, compared with a residential aged care facility being authorised to administer risperidone half tab. Do you accept that?
Can you clarify that again? Sorry, I didn't get it.
Yeah. I'm just asking you about why you're saying it wouldn't be informed consent. And I'm suggesting that the reason is that it's a very different thing for the family of a person living with dementia to be authorised by a clinician to administer half a tablet of risperidone when they see fit, compared with a residential aged care facility being authorised to do it. They're two different things. It might be the same drug, but they're two different things, and fresh consent would be required to enable the nursing home to be authorised to do that. Do you agree with that?
Well, to me, it seems as though that if the residents has has been given this, and she said that this is what I usually give when he is restless, that she is agreeing that you could use it too.
Well, I suggest that's contrary to what you just said a minute ago when you said that this reference doesn't amount to informed consent.
I know, but it is what we hope we have done was it. Normally, what the Garden View do is that even if the doctor comes and say that residents is very restless and intruding and all that, and then if they recommend risperidone to be written up for this resident, the staff member would ring up the family and let them know, and then make them aware that he's going to be prescribed this. And then if the family object, then we have always followed what their recommendations are. As through the progress notes, yes, it has demonstrated that when the families ask for something, we have always followed.
I want to ask you about an entry in the progress notes, this same document, at page 0284. If we could go to that page, please, operator. Alongside the entries for 16 May. 0284. Right. 16 May is in the top half of the page, Ms. Lau. Do you see there's where it says 16, about a third of the way down the page, 16.5.18, 2100?
Yes.
Resident restless, was restrained in chair to prevent falls incident. Now, you've reviewed the records of Garden View recently in preparation for this hearing, is that right?
That's correct.
There hadn't been a falls incident recorded in any documentation for Mr. Reeves as at 16 May 2018 yet, had there?
Correct.
The first recorded falls incident is 21 May?
Correct.
What I suggest to you is that Mr. Reeves was becoming deconditioned by being restrained, and that was creating the risk of falls. Do you know what I mean by deconditioned?
Yes, I fully understand what's decondition.
Yeah. So what I'm suggesting to you is that it was illogical and inappropriate for him to be restrained to prevent falls incidents because the restraint itself was exacerbating the risk of falls. What do you say to that?
I don't think I don't think when he fell, it was because of restraint. It was demonstrated that he has day and night reversal. And in the daytime, he's very lethargic and he still wants to walk around. So under those circumstances, there's very high risk of falling. And that when he fell on the 21st of May, he was not restrained.
He was not restrained at that point, but he'd become unsteady on his feet by then. And that's probably why he fell on the 21st of May. Would you agree with that?
Unsteady and he may become unsteady on his feet, but the progress notes throughout says he's restless, very restless, agitated, wandering. So it showed that he wasn't deconditioned, as the word said.
Well, I suggest to you that already by the 16th of May, he is becoming unsteady on his feet, and it's most likely because of being restrained.
On the 16th of May, it didn't say he was unsteady.
Well, if he wasn't unsteady, what is the justification for restraining him in a chair to prevent falls?
Well, it could be to prevent falls and also to prevent him from intruding and also other behavior
Well,
as well.
there's no evidence, I suggest, that he was a risk to anybody else. What do you say to that?
Documentation states that he was wandering to other residents and sometimes urinating in their room or wanting to go into other residents' bed. So documentation has suggested that he's constantly going with this kind of behavior. So that's the reason why for restraint.
Well, I suggest to you that that should have been addressed by better staff monitoring and that it was for the convenience of the rostering process and to avoid incurring cost that Garden View decided to restrain him. What do you say to that?
I think at that time they made the best judgment, and that was the outcome of the thing they did. But even if we have extra staff, I don't think it will stop this him being reduce him from restraint. And it's hard to justify that. How many increases staff because we have other residents who are also restless and wandering. So I don't agree with you that with the increase of staff.
Please bring up the behaviour chart. Just the behaviour chart. 62. Now, a behaviour monitoring chart was commenced for Mr. Reeves on the 20th of May. Are you aware of any other behaviour monitoring chart being commenced for Mr. Reeves before the 20th of May?
It may have, but we don't have any records in the file.
Well, I suggest the obvious inference is that behaviour monitoring didn't commence until the 20th of May. And if that's the case, for that reason also, Garden View hadn't done everything to avoid using physical restraint as a last resort. What do you say?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes. Garden View didn't commence a behaviour chart until a behaviour monitoring chart until 20 May 2018. That's the submission that I'll be making about this case. There is no behaviour monitoring chart before the 20th of May, so the inference must be that it was only commenced on the 20th of May. What do you say to that?
I thought there were different kind of charts that it was commenced before.
What I'm suggesting is that a behaviour monitoring chart is an important tool to try to understand what sort of behaviour a person is showing and therefore what interventions or strategies might be used to help avoid those behaviours or mitigate them. Do you agree with that?
No. The progress notes has indicated throughout his behavior, and we make more reference to the progress notes when we need to contact the doctor or we need to refer to anyone based on the progress notes. These behavior monitoring charts is an extra documentation done by the assistant in nursing.
And the purpose of it, I suggest, is to try to come up with strategies to mitigate the relevant behaviours. Isn't that right?
It is one of the purpose is to find out his behavior and what we can do to prevent those or to look after him better.
And it's important to do that in a systemic way rather than just picking up odd references in the progress notes. Otherwise, you might not be able to come up with the optimal strategy to mitigate behaviours. Do you agree with that?
I don't understand. I don't know why it was only commenced 20th of May. I don't know if any was done before that.
It should have been commenced well before it was considered justifiable to apply physical restraint, shouldn't it?
Yes, on hindsight, yes, it should be.
Now, I want to ask about the 21st of May. The documentation records that there was an unwitnessed fall and Mr. Reeves was found on the floor of his bathroom. Is that right?
That is correct.
Right. Was that reported to you at the time?
Yes.
And what did you do about it?
Normally what I do is just check that do the follow-up, see if there's any injuries, and then to make sure that the family are informed, to make sure that they have followed the procedure and policy regarding falls properly.
Well, the family weren't informed on the 21st of May. What do you say to that? They were not informed.
The progress notes did say they were informed, I thought.
Right. I'll ask you about the 23rd of May. The progress notes, tab 64 at page 0285, refer to Mr. Reeves again being found on the floor. 0285. This is tab 64, 0285. On the 23rd of May, at adjacent to the 0515 timestamp, at 0230, walking down to check on resident and found him crawling around on the floor in room 12, able to stand and walk, had wet his pants but not his pad, had toileted self, brought down to nurse's station, remained restless, and then later, 0700, noted resident has been guarding his arm all night. Looks like, is it left arm? I'm not certain. Guarding his arm all night. When asks, doesn't, and then says C/O pain. That suggests there might well have been a fall on the 23rd. Was that reported to the family?
No, that the residents, I don't think it was a fall. I don't think it was reported as a fall. He was crawling on the floor.
All right. So he was found on the floor on the 21st, but it was reported as a fall. He's found again on the 23rd on the floor, and he's cradling his arm shortly afterwards, but it's not reported as a fall. Is that right?
I don't think they say that they said that was a fall, because when they found him, he was crawling. He wasn't falling.
Well, it might not use the word fall, but isn't that all of the evidence that there probably had been a fall?
Could possibly indicate that he may have a poor fall. But on the added note, it says the resident has been guarding his right arm and asked that it doesn't complain of any pain, and then please observe. So the next day he was visited by the family.
Thank you. And you're right about the progress notes referring to information being given to Mrs. Reeves about the 21st of May. You mentioned that a minute ago.
Yes.
And I withdraw that suggestion to the contrary. But in respect of the 23rd of May, there seems to have been no notification to the family. Do you agree with that?
Agree with that.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about the restraint chart. The restraint chart is at, you pardon? Tab 61. Now, you've made a point in paragraph 114 of your statement that this shouldn't be taken to be reliable. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're saying that the records of Garden View itself, a very important record, isn't it, a restraint chart, are not reliable?
Well, unfortunately, the restraint chart, it's done from after talking to the staff. Normally, at the end of their shift, when they sit down, when they say, I have to do my paperwork. So it's rely on memory. And the other thing is, AIN, they are not highly educated, they are not qualified staff. So when they do the restraint chart, I do not know where did they get the time from, and it seemed like the first one they entered it, the second day they will copy what was entered. It seemed that way, and right. it will be restrained on the hour, and taken off on the hour. So from those records we can demonstrate, and also from comparing with the progress notes, we have found that there is inconsistency.
Well, let's take that a step at a time. Firstly, you say the AINs are not educated. They are nurses in instruction, aren't they?
They are nurses. They have about 4 months training or something like that. I'm not sure.
And there's no reason to think that they would do anything other than use their best recollection when filling out this chart at the end of a shift, if they do so.
I hope they will do to the best of their recollection. But we have got different AINs with different level of education and also attitude to documentation.
All right. Now, I suggest to you that there's absolutely no basis beyond the mere fact that it may well be the case that sometimes the entries are made at the end of a shift, absolutely no basis for thinking that an AIN would exaggerate the time that Mr. Reeves was under restraint in this restraint chart. What do you say to that?
I don't think that you could use the word exaggerate. What I'm trying to say is that the AIN do not understand what they're documenting half the time. They want at the end of the day to do their paperwork. So as long as there's some documentation there, to them they have satisfied their role, that paperwork is done.
The only particular reason you've given in your statement at paragraph 114 for suggesting that the information in the restraint chart is to be doubted is that you've said in the progress notes there are references to Mr. Reeves being asleep in the East Wing on a couch at times when the restraint chart states that he's under restraint. Correct?
Correct.
And that's really the only particular you're giving that suggests that there's any doubt about the accuracy of the restraint chart, isn't it?
If you could please refer to my supplementary statement.
I haven't received that. The Royal Commission might have, but I haven't, so I'll need to have a look at that and ask you about it shortly.
Would it assist me to confer with you just briefly and show it to you?
I haven't had a chance to read that, Commissioners. I'll just proceed with this and then I'll ask you about that in a minute.
Okay.
Now, on the lounge, I want to ask you about this point relating to Mr. Reeves lying on a couch. Is that referred to in the progress notes as lying on or being asleep on a lounge?
Yes.
Yes. Now, I found 2 references, possibly 3, but I'm going to ask you about all of them, which are references to Mr. Reeves being asleep on a lounge in East Wing at the same time he's recorded as being under restraint. And I want to take you to each of them. Firstly, if we can bring up the restraint chart at page, I beg your pardon, the progress notes at page, I'll have to read that. Could we stand the matter down briefly? Apparently this supplementary statement is critical to these issues, so it's probably best if I read it.
Yes, there'll be a short adjournment if you would let our associate know when you're ready to resume.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Stand. Royal Commission is now adjourned. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioners, for that indulgence. And can I make it very clear that the lawyers for Garden View Aged Care Proprietary Limited did email to the Royal Commission by about 6 p.m. Last night that supplementary statement of Ms Lau's. I better get her to verify it. And indeed, the Royal Commission staff did their best to get it to me, but I was deluged with emails and must have missed it. The statement is available on the system RCD stop 0011 stop 0024 stop 0001. Ms Lau, is that a copy of a statement you made yesterday in relation to a particular letter, to which I'll take you in just a minute? And it's a statement you've made for this Royal Commission? Do you see that statement on the screen? Is that a copy of a statement you've made for the Royal Commission?
Yes.
And you made that yesterday, 6 May 2019?
Yes, correct.
It's do you wish to make any amendments to the statement?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of the statement true and correct?
True, correct.
I tender the statement.
Yes, the supplementary statement of Ki Ling Lau dated the 6th of May 2019 will be Exhibit 3-16.
And I confirm that statement was received by Royal Commission staff at 6:55 p.m. last night. It is a statement, Ms Lau, that you made in response to a letter from the Royal Commission, the Office of the Royal Commission, dated 2 May 2019, isn't it? Is that right?
I believe to be so. I did receive a kind of times for restraint.
Yes, I'll bring it up on the screen so you can see it. Operator, please bring up RCD stop 9999 stop 0041 stop 0001. Is that a letter you've seen before? Can I? Perhaps it's best if I take you to the annexure. If we go to the third page, please, operator. Go up to the top.
Yes.
That's
the piece I received.
Right. And we just go over the page to the fourth page. Were you responding to that information in that table on those
That's
two
correct.
pages? RCD 9999 0041 0003 and 4.
That's correct.
Your statement is your response to the information on those two pages.
On that.
And in those two pages, there was a calculation of the aggregate per day, that is the total per day, of the hours of restraint recorded in the restraint chart. It's subject to some uncertainties because of handwriting, and sometimes the time removed column in the chart is not completed, correct?
That's correct.
I'll just ask you to indicate an example of that. If we go back to tab 61, please, operator. At the foot of the very first page of tab 61, page 6767, do you see, if we go up to the top of the rows, you can see the headings. Do you see in about the middle of the table there's a time removed column? You see that, Ms Lau?
Yes.
And in the very last row, which is a row adjacent to the date 2/6/18, in the time applied column, it says 0600. There's an initial. Perhaps is that two initials or one initial and a position?
It's two initials.
Two initials. So there's two people verifying that entry. Is that right?
Yes.
And then there's a time checked.
And she was just saying something like
Sorry.
Yes. Unfortunately, a lot of time the initials, there are two staff working there. The entry is made by one staff, and they put the two staff initial there for whoever staff is there.
Thank you. Then there's an entry for time checked, and in that row it's 6:50. And then there's a row entitled time removed, but on that, I beg your pardon, there's a column entitled time removed, but in that row there's no entry. So you don't know, I suggest, reading this table in the ordinary fashion, you don't know when the restraint was removed. You know that it was applied, you know it was checked, and the approximate times that occurred, but you don't know when it was removed.
That's correct.
All right, now you have been through the progress notes and you've found when there are references to Mr. Reeves being asleep on a couch, which in the progress notes is called a lounge, at times that coincide with times which the restraint chart says he was under restraint, correct?
Correct.
And you've made the point in paragraph 114 that you, in your opinion, he can't be restrained, he couldn't have been restrained on that couch?
That's correct.
How do you know that for sure?
Because that's a two-seated couch. It's very long. And normally at night time, they let him sleep on that.
How do you know that there wasn't some way of wrapping some sort of band around him to stop him rolling off the couch?
And besides, there's always one staff in the room with him. And also the progress note says that he will sleep better if he knows that someone is around.
Well, even if there was someone around, does that necessarily mean he wasn't also restrained?
The staff has confirmed that it's impossible. They don't restrain him on that chair, and it's impossible. It's a two-seater couch. It's very long. Okay,
and you found 3 instances where there's a reference in the progress notes that he's asleep on the couch or the lounge, at a time which coincides with the time he's recorded as being under restraint in the restraint chart.
That's correct.
Over that more than 2-month period, or beg your pardon, since the chart begins on 28th of May, all the way through to the 7th of July, there's only 3 times at which
there's 3 times.
Yep.
3 times where I can establish. But I did call the night staff, the night RN, and she said that every night when she's on, which is 4 nights a week, if she take him to the East Wing, she says that is normal the practice. They lie him on the couch or sit him on the couch, and when he's drinking tea and coffee, they set him up, and after that they encourage him to lie down. So hopefully he'll catch an hour or 2 of sleep.
All right, and he didn't sleep for very long, did he, on those occasions?
No, it's recorded that even on the couch he won't sleep very long.
Yeah. So the general pattern here is that he's sleepy during the day, so he's typically restrained for long periods during the day, with breaks, but in aggregate for long periods during the day. Do you agree with that?
Unfortunately, that's the case.
And at night, he's awake.
Well as some nights.
He's awake. Sometimes he can sleep on the
couch.
Sometimes
he just refuses to sleep and he just continues to walk. And then that's when, at times nighttime, he may be restrained.
Okay, so he might be restrained at both nighttime and daytime for those reasons.
Possibly.
Well, that's what the information you've been able to obtain suggests, isn't it?
Yes, but I just want to draw attention to that restraint chart is inconsistent. I only wanted to establish a few evidence where the progress notes is entered on time basis that he wasn't restrained, and that's why it's only a few occasions. Just want to establish the consistency.
Well, there were 3 such occasions you were able to find. I want to ask you about the one on the 5th of June, just to test your methodology. If we go to the progress notes for the 5th of June, there at tab 64, at page 0289, please, operator. Is the reference you're referring to down the page where it's 0289? Yeah, thank you. Down the page, Miss Lau, where it says 6618 0620 hours, residents slept from 23:30 hours until 1:30 hours on the lounge in the East Wing. Is that the reference you've relied upon?
Is that on the 6th of June or 5th of June?
Well, it's probably beginning on the 5th of June.
5th of June.
Is that right? 2,300 hours on the 5th of June?
May I have the beginning of that documentation, please? Because I don't... Yes.
Peter, it's that one up here.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry, I withdraw that. Can I ask you about... it's a little higher on the page, is it, Miss Lau?
Yes.
At 20, I beg your pardon, this is adjacent to... This is just above where it says 5, 6, 18, 13, 30 in the left column. At 02:30, lay down on the lounge and slept half hour. Is that it?
Yes.
All right. And that's on the 5th of June. It must be a reference to 2:30 a.m. for half an hour on the 5th of June. Is that right?
Just 3 lines above, Peter.
Lay down on the lounge, slept for half an hour. Yes. On the on which date again?
On the 5th of June?
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And it says that he was asleep on the lounge for 2:30 for half an hour. It also says above that, taken to East Wing Lounge, but the East Wing was sometimes called the lounge as well, wasn't it?
That's correct.
So there's a lounge in the East Wing Lounge, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, there's a half an hour at 2:30 a.m. to say 3 a.m. on the 5th of June. If we look at the restraint chart, that's tab 61. If we please go to page 6768. Now, it's a little hard to read, but about a third of the way down the table, there's a faint marking 04 point, no, it's probably a 6, 0.18. It's a bit higher, operator. Bit higher, yep. 04 point something, 0.18. It comes after 03618, so I suggest that it's the 4th of June, that entry there. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, I can't find that.
On the left-hand column, well, can you see it's written quite clearly in the left? Ah, thank you. Terrific.
That's 4th of June.
Yep, thank you. So there's then a series of entries for the 4th of June, beginning 2400 and then 0215 and so forth, down to 1930. And they all appear to be entries for the 4th of June?
Yes.
Then there's a series of entries for what seems to be another day, beginning again 2400, 215, 345, 330, etc. That all looks as if it's a reference to one day, doesn't it? If we go down, please, operator. Do you see it begins at 2400 and it goes all the way down to 2030. And adjacent to that, in about the middle of that set of rows of entries, is the figure 66, are the figures 6, 6, 15. That, I suggest to you, on a natural reading of the document, suggests that all those entries are not for the 5th, but they're for the 6th of June. There is a reference to the 5th of June, but it's just up at the top of the column as if the 5th of June hasn't really had any entries, and the reference to 2400 is at the end of 5th of June. So what I'm suggesting to you is the entries in the bottom of the page all relate to the 6th of June, not the 5th of June. What do you say to that?
On the 5th of June, I can see only 3 entries. That is from 24, that is midnight to 2 o'clock.
All right. So you say the 6th of June begins at 3:30?
No, the 6th of June beginning at 3:30.
Yeah, I see. Thank you, Ms. Lau, for clarifying that. Commissioners, I just need to check my notes, and if you just give me an indulgence for a moment. Do you have any other matters we need to raise? I don't think you need to go back to it. Commissioners, I need to tender the letter to which Ms. Lau's second statement responds. I'll read out the code for that letter again. Thank you. It is RCD.9999/041/0001. Letter from the Royal Commission to Spark Helmore Lawyers dated 2 May 2019. I tender that document.
Yes, the letter from Commission solicitors to Spark Helmore Lawyers dated 2 May 2019 will be Exhibit 3-17.
Commissioners, with your indulgence, in addition, I'd seek to tender a document that doesn't yet have a code, but I'm told that it's ready to be imaged and it could be marked as an exhibit if you see fit.
Yes.
It is a letter from Spark Helmore Lawyers dated 6 May 2019 to one of the co-solicitors assisting the Royal Commission.
It does appear to have a code, I think, on the...
That's terrific. That must have just happened in the very recent past. It's code RCD 999900420001. Can I tender that document and then I'll explain what it's about?
Yes, the letter from Spark Helmore to the co-solicitor assisting the Royal Commission dated 6 May 2019 will be Exhibit 3-18.
Thank you. The relevance of the document is that it relates to a response to a notice to give information that was served on Garden View. The substantive response was on the 11th of April, and I've taken the commissioners I've taken the witness to part of that document. There was also a clarification which is in the Garden View case study tender bundle on the 12th of April, and this is a further clarification on the 6th of May.
Yes, thank you.
Those are the questions I have for Ms. Lau.
All right. You don't require Mrs. Lau anymore?
No, I have nothing further for Ms. Lau.
Yes, very well. Mrs. Lau, thank you very much for your evidence. You're excused from further attendance.
Thank you.
Commissioner, might we be excused?
I'm sorry, Ms. Hogan-Doran.
Might we be excused? I understand that's the end of the
Yes, certainly.
case study.
The only caution I place is that I think counsel assisting is going to make a short final address relating to the evidence we've just heard, which may be of interest to you.
Well,
I understood he wasn't doing that.
yeah, Commissioner,
Well, it was on my running sheet. If
Yes.
it's no longer there...
It's appropriate that I just close off the case study in its evidentiary stage and say that that is the evidence in relation to the case study. It's now all been received into evidence in either documentary or oral form. It's not going to be possible for me to attempt to sum up the evidence at this point. It would be unwise. So I'll seek your leave to approach the matter by preparing proposed findings in writing with a view to them being prepared very soon after this hearing in Sydney comes to an end. We will aim to have that done in the week following this hearing, and I'll seek some directions at the end of this hearing, but I can tell those present that the directions will be in the nature of seeking a timetable for Council assisting the Royal Commission to have that document, including proposed findings, done within 7 days, and for parties that have been granted leave to appear in respect of the case study to have a right to respond in writing within a further 7 days.
Yeah.
I think that's meeting with approval, at least tacit approval, from those to my left. So I foreshadow that I'll be seeking those directions at the end of the Sydney hearing.
Very well. Thank you for that indication. Ms Hogan-Doran and fellow counsel who have been involved in this case study, you can take it that you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
The Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the 8th of May 2019.